Have you ever laid in bed, physically exhausted but mentally wide awake? Thoughts racing, regrets echoing, what-ifs stacking. You're not alone. Overthinking has become the modern plague, quiet, invisible and constant. It steals sleep. It steals peace. And worst of all, it steals clarity. But what if your mind didn't need to work overtime at night? What if, instead of spiraling through anxiety, your thoughts were calm, grounded, and still? What if you could finally silence the mental noise, not by force, but by wisdom? This is where Stoicism enters, not as a concept, but as a cure. Because the Stoics face the same mental battles we do, doubt, fear, uncertainty, but they trained their minds to cut through the noise. They didn't chase peace, they built it. And now, so can you. For the next 4 hours, you'll be immersed in the teachings of minds that mastered mental discipline. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, voices that cut through chaos and show you what truly matters. As your body relaxes, your mind will be absorbing the very thoughts that helped emperors stay focused, philosophers remain calm, and warriors move forward with purpose. No more looping, no more second-guessing, just quiet strength. Overthinking thrives in silence, but Stoic wisdom transforms silence into stillness. By the time you wake up, you won't just feel rested, you'll feel free. Let the training begin. Have you ever found yourself in a tricky situation where someone publicly disrespects you? Maybe it was a tactless, sarcastic comment in front of others, or an awkward joke that left you feeling undervalued and humiliated. In moments like these, have you ever wondered, how should I respond to not just maintain my dignity, but actually earn respect even from people who habitually disregard others' value? Don't worry, you're not alone. We've all experienced moments like this, and the fascinating thing is you have more control than you might think over how you handle them. In this video, we're diving into some effective tips and psychological techniques inspired by the timeless wisdom of Stoic philosophy. These strategies won't just help you navigate difficult situations calmly, they'll also help you gain respect from those around you. Stick around because we're going to explore exactly how to respond intelligently, turning uncomfortable moments into opportunities to affirm your self-worth. Let's start by understanding why you sometimes find yourself in these situations. In many cases, it's not because people hate you or hold a personal grudge. The issue often lies in a kind of opportunism that some people exhibit. These individuals try to elevate themselves by diminishing others. They think that making you appear weak or uncomfortable will make them stand out more. This behavior is common not just in workplaces, but also in social circles and even within families. Stoic philosophy, with its timeless insights, teaches us that respect isn't something you demand or impose on others. Instead, it's about how you conduct yourself, how you build and establish boundaries for your own self-worth. Marcus Aurelius once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." In moments like these, your calm and confidence are your ultimate weapons. But it's not just about how you handle unpleasant situations. The bigger picture is creating an environment where respect for you becomes a given. What does that mean? It's about ensuring that no one uses you as a stepping stone to boost their own image. You need to demonstrate that you know your value and won't be shaken by cheap remarks or undermining actions. So, get ready to explore how to apply Stoic philosophy in everyday life. These small but powerful strategies will help you stand your ground in any situation. And if you've ever felt unbalanced or undervalued by others, remember this: respect isn't earned through aggressive comebacks, but through how calmly and steadfastly you control yourself. Now, let's dive into these practical solutions and show you how to handle disrespect with grace and strength. First tip: first impressions. First tip: the first impression matters a lot. First impressions are the foundation of how you are perceived, and interestingly, it's often less about what you say and more about how you present yourself. Picture this: you're at an important networking event. Someone walks into the room, scans the crowd, and makes their way toward you. They extend their hand for a greeting, but instead of standing up, you remain seated, offering a quick glance at their hand before shaking it. The result? You've unintentionally conveyed a lack of confidence and signaled that this interaction might not matter much to you. Small actions like this have a massive impact on how others perceive you. The Stoics understood this deeply. They recognized that simple gestures like standing up and maintaining eye contact during a greeting aren't just good manners. They're powerful expressions of confidence and self-awareness. When you rise to shake someone's hand, you're subtly communicating equality, readiness, and mutual respect. This aligns with a key Stoic principle. How you present yourself reflects your values and shapes how others see you. Let me share a story. I once attended a professional seminar where networking was the primary goal among the attendees. One individual stood out. Whether greeting a senior executive or thanking a waiter for refilling his coffee, he always stood up, made eye contact, and engaged fully. It wasn't flashy or overdone, but it left an impression. People respected him, not because of what he said, but because of how he carried himself. He projected confidence and sincerity with every interaction, effortlessly commanding respect. In contrast, I noticed another attendee who remained seated during every greeting. He didn't mean to come across as disinterested, it was simply a habit. Yet, this seemingly minor action created an unspoken barrier. People unconsciously took him less seriously, even though he was just as capable as anyone else in the room. This highlighted an essential truth. Standing up isn't just about politeness. It's about acknowledging the other person's value and asserting your own. The lesson is clear, right? Rising to greet someone is not just an act of courtesy. It's a declaration of how you value yourself and others. Here's where Stoicism comes in. The Stoics didn't focus on things beyond their control. They maximized what they could influence. In this case, it's your behavior, your presentation, and the way you communicate your worth through small yet meaningful actions. If you want to adopt this lesson in your life, start with everyday encounters. Whether you're meeting someone in the office, at a cafe, or even during a virtual meeting, make sure you're fully present. Stand up when greeting someone, maintain eye contact, and project confidence with your body language. These simple gestures not only earn you respect, but also emphasize your inherent value, a reflection of Stoic principles in action. Remember, first impressions aren't just about appearances, they're about showcasing your confidence, self-respect, and the respect you have for others. This is the essence of what Stoicism teaches us. Live with intention, pay attention to the small things, and let those actions define who you are. So, the next time you meet someone, rise to the occasion, look them in the eye, and let your actions speak louder than words. Second tip: when someone interrupts you. When someone interrupts you in public during a conversation, the best thing you can do is fix that person with a firm and determined look. When someone interrupts you during a conversation, especially in a public setting, it can feel downright frustrating. You're trying to make a point, and suddenly someone jumps in, derailing your train of thought. But hold on a second. The natural reaction for many is to get angry or respond sharply, but that often only escalates the situation and makes you appear less composed. So, what should you do? This is where Stoic philosophy steps in to help you handle the moment with calmness and authority. Stoicism teaches us that true strength doesn't come from controlling others, it comes from controlling ourselves. In this situation, a simple, steady gaze can convey a stronger message than any words. Instead of reacting impulsively, pause, look directly at the person who interrupted you with a calm yet focused gaze. Let the silence speak for you. Their behavior is inappropriate, and you won't tolerate being disrespected. This not only demonstrates confidence, but also encourages the other person to reflect on their actions. I remember once during a family dinner, I was sharing a funny story when a relative interrupted to share their own. At first I felt a bit flustered and awkward, but instead of cutting them off mid-sentence, I stopped, looked at them calmly, and waited. The silence lasted only a few seconds, but carried more weight than any words could have. They quickly realized they'd interrupted at the wrong moment, corrected themselves, and allowed me to continue. The rest of the evening was smooth, and I regained control of the conversation without any drama. This strategy works particularly well in public or group settings. By staying composed and in control, you naturally draw attention. Your presence becomes stronger, and you don't need to raise your voice or argue to reclaim your space in the conversation. Stoicism teaches us not to let others' actions dictate our emotions. Instead, we use tools like body language and calmness to steer the situation without losing our dignity. But the gaze is just the beginning. Once the interruption is addressed politely but firmly, resume your point. A simple phrase like, "Let me pick up where I left off," not only asserts your right to speak, but also maintains respect for everyone involved. Remember, the goal isn't to embarrass the other person, but to set a clear expectation that respect in communication is non-negotiable. What's remarkable about this approach is that it requires no aggression or intimidation. Just stay calm, avoid showing anger, and let your actions speak volumes. When others see you handle interruptions with confidence and intention, they'll not only respect you more, but also reflect on their own behavior. Stoicism reminds us that true power lies in maintaining self-control, even in challenging moments. So, next time someone interrupts you, don't lose your cool. Stand firm, hold your gaze, and show others that you are someone worth listening to. This isn't just about earning respect, it's about expressing your self-worth in a way that's both meaningful and lasting. Third tip, jokes and humiliation. When someone tries to humiliate you with a joke in a group of friends, adopt this strategy. When someone in your group of friends deliberately tries to humiliate you with a joke, your first instinct might be to feel embarrassed or upset. But remember, the way you respond will determine the entire dynamic of the situation. This is where Stoic philosophy can be an incredibly powerful tool, helping you stay calm and take control. Once, during a casual meet-up with old friends, one of them decided to mock me in front of everyone by retelling an embarrassing story from our school days. At first, I felt my face heat up, and my immediate reaction was to fire back. But instead of letting my emotions take over, I recalled a Stoic principle. What doesn't harm your essence isn't worth your concern." I smiled, pretended not to have heard the story, and calmly asked my friend to repeat it, maintaining a composed and slightly curious demeanor. Here's the fascinating part. When the person had to retell the joke, its impact significantly diminished. Not only that, but the group started to sense the awkwardness of forcing someone to recount a joke that wasn't landing well anymore. The loud laughter from earlier faded, and the storyteller began to fumble, realizing their attempt at humiliation had backfired. The key here is that asking someone to repeat their joke not only reduces its impact, but also shows that you're unshaken. This approach allows you to maintain your composure while subtly highlighting the other person's inappropriate behavior. Even more importantly, it shifts the dynamic in your favor without resorting to retaliatory tactics or losing your dignity. By choosing this path, you send a powerful message. You're someone with inner strength who won't let small provocations dictate your emotions. This is one of the core lessons of Stoic philosophy, maintaining calm and control in the face of minor life challenges. So how can you apply this principle effectively? First, remember that you don't need to react instantly to every action or word. Pause, take a breath, and think. Second, use silence as a powerful weapon. Silence isn't passive, it creates space for the other person to realize their mistake. Finally, when you do respond, do it with calm confidence. A simple request for them to repeat what they said, spoken in a neutral tone, can have far more impact than arguing or fighting back. Stoicism teaches us that our reactions to uncomfortable situations reflect our character and inner values. Every time you stay calm and refuse to be drawn into negativity, you not only gain the respect of others, but also reinforce your own self-respect. So, the next time someone tries to mock you in front of others, remember you have complete control over how the story ends, and with calmness and clarity, you'll always come out on top. Fourth tip: a question in response. Tip 4. When someone is trying to provoke you or make you angry, you can use a very effective psychological technique. Have you ever faced a situation where someone deliberately tried to provoke you or hurt you, and instead of reacting immediately, you managed to handle it gracefully? Imagine this. You're at a family gathering, and someone makes a pointed remark about a failure in your career in front of everyone. It's the kind of comment that feels like a dagger to your heart, digging into a pain you've been trying to move past. Suddenly, all eyes are on you, waiting to see how you'll respond. In that moment, instead of reacting defensively or trying to explain yourself, you take a brief pause, stay calm, and ask, "Hey, does anyone know a good bakery nearby? I was thinking about picking up something for the next get-together." That simple question instantly changes the energy in the room. The person trying to provoke you is left flustered, unsure of how to proceed, and the conversation quickly shifts to a new, more neutral topic. Not only did you avoid escalating the situation, but you also turned an uncomfortable moment into one that worked in your favor. This strategy of asking an unrelated question is more than just a clever tactic. It's a way of reclaiming control over your emotions and the situation. By interrupting the flow of provocation, you redirect attention away from the negative energy and refuse to give the instigator the satisfaction of seeing you upset. It's a perfect example of practicing Stoic principles, focusing on what you can control and refusing to let external circumstances dictate your peace of mind. As Epictetus wisely said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." The brilliance of this technique lies in its ability to derail negativity without confrontation. A well-timed, unrelated question disrupts the instigator's train of thought, making it nearly impossible for them to continue their attempt to provoke you. At the same time, it allows you to maintain your composure and project a sense of confidence and self-control. This is a powerful way to command respect in any social situation. To make this approach work, it's essential to keep your tone and demeanor natural. If it seems forced or calculated, it might come across as insincere. Choose a simple, neutral question or comment that feels organic to the moment. Something about a nearby restaurant, a recent event, or even a casual observation. The goal is not to dodge the situation awkwardly, but to shift the conversation with subtlety and ease. This technique doesn't just work in the moment. It builds long-term resilience and inner strength. By refusing to be dragged into emotional conflicts, you demonstrate to yourself and others that you're in control. People around you will notice this composure and come to respect you for it. More importantly, using this strategy is a step toward cultivating the core Stoic value of focusing on what you can control. You can't dictate how others behave, but you can decide how you respond. In doing so, you reinforce your sense of self-worth and send a clear message. You will not allow others to undermine your peace or dignity. Next time you find yourself in a situation where someone's words are aimed to provoke or hurt, remember this approach. Ask a simple, unrelated question and observe how the dynamic changes. You'll not only diffuse the tension, but also feel empowered by your ability to rise above it. As Marcus Aurelius wisely reminded us, true power comes from maintaining peace of mind, regardless of external circumstances. By mastering this, you'll not only handle challenges with grace, but also elevate the respect others have for you in any situation. Let's move on to the fifth and final tip: walking away. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you felt undervalued, disrespected, or even completely ignored? It's not a pleasant feeling, but sometimes the best way to protect your self-respect is to choose to walk away. Stoic philosophy teaches us that respect isn't something you can demand. It's something you cultivate by knowing your own worth. And sometimes walking away isn't a sign of failure. It's a demonstration of strength and self-worth. Let me share a story with you. A friend of mine, Sarah, was an exceptional creative professional. One day she joined a major project at her company. However, instead of being recognized for her relentless efforts, she was constantly ridiculed by her manager in front of the team. They would interrupt her in meetings, dismiss her ideas, and make her feel as if her contributions didn't matter. At first, Sarah tried harder, believing she needed to prove herself, but after months of frustration, she realized she didn't need to beg for respect from people unwilling to give it. A pivotal meeting changed everything. Once again, her idea was brushed aside without any reason. This time, Sarah calmly closed her laptop, stood up, and said she would put her energy into a place where it was valued. She walked out of the meeting, leaving her colleagues stunned. That same day, she submitted her resignation, not out of anger, but as an act of self-preservation. A few months later, Sarah joined another company in a leadership role, where she was not only respected, but celebrated for her talents. Sarah's story isn't just about leaving, it's about choosing where to invest your energy. Walking away doesn't signify weakness. On the contrary, it demonstrates that you understand your value and refuse to stay in an environment that undermines it. Stoic philosophy teaches us that the only thing we can truly control is how we respond to situations. While you can't force others to respect you, you can decide not to remain in a place where respect is absent. The most powerful part of walking away is that it's not about creating drama or proving a point. It's a personal decision, quiet but resolute. It's a way of telling yourself, I am worth more than this. Marcus Aurelius emphasized, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Staying in a disrespectful environment is choosing to let others diminish your value. So how do you know when it's time to walk away? It's when you realize that all your efforts to build respect have been met with indifference. When you feel you're constantly fighting to be recognized, don't wait until your self-esteem has been eroded. Listen to yourself, and if necessary, choose to leave, because being an absence that's respected is far better than being a presence that's diminished. Walking away is not about surrendering. It's about setting boundaries. Stoic philosophy teaches us not only to control our emotions, but also to safeguard our sense of worth. The next time you find yourself being devalued, remember that sometimes the most respectful action you can take is to leave the table where your worth isn't recognized. Respect isn't begged for, it's built by how you decide to treat yourself. I would love to hear about your journey and triumphs. Please hit subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and leave a comment below to share your story, your successes, and even the challenges you've overcome. If you're not sure what to comment, just write, I can do it, to show that you've completed this session. Your engagement helps this community grow toward wisdom and the art of turning every challenge into an opportunity. I'll leave 2 more videos here so you can continue learning and growing on your personal development journey. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next video. Unfortunately, the art of silence has been lost in our busy world, where noise and talk are always present. But what if the times we choose not to speak were just as strong as the times we do? How often do we stop and think about what our quiet means? Stoicism is an old theory that teaches people how to control themselves through reason and emotional strength. It's a great way to learn when to speak. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, said, "It's better to trip with the feet than with the tongue." This wise saying brings up a basic question. How many times have we felt bad about saying something in a hurry or out of anger? Stoicism doesn't just tell us not to do things. We owe it to ourselves to use silence as a tool for growth and peace. Imagine facing life's challenges with the calm confidence that your silence speaks louder than any words ever could. Stoic philosophy teaches that silence isn't just the absence of speech, but a deeply felt response that has been carefully chosen. It is an active, powerful force, a plan that can help ease disagreements, protect us from harm, and help us understand. But when exactly should we embrace silence? Together, we'll find out 9 key times when choosing silence is not only smart, but also life-changing. As we go deeper into these lessons, think about how practicing Stoic silence might change the way you deal with others and your own peace of mind. What if you could end a heated fight with a calm, measured silence instead of harsh words? What might a quiet pause help you say about your feelings and thoughts? Come with us as we dig up the strong times to shut up and let the knowledge of Stoicism guide us. Are you ready to learn more about the deep knowledge of Stoicism? Please leave a word before you start your journey. Number 1. When being criticized unfairly. According to Stoic philosophy, being unfairly criticized is a unique chance to become stronger and show integrity. The main ideas behind this old knowledge come from the ruler Marcus Aurelius, who once said that if something outside of you bothers you, it's not the thing itself that's hurting you, but how you think about it. He also said that you can change how you think about something at any time. Insight says that what bothers us about criticism is not the criticism itself, but how we see and respond to it. Think about this. How might changing how you see criticism make you stronger? Can you think of a time when staying calm in the face of unfair criticism changed the outcome? For example, if you are leading a project at work and your boss criticizes it harshly, a Stoic response would be to calmly look at the feedback and find useful insights while ignoring any negative information that isn't based on facts. Epictetus said that this way of doing things will not only keep your peace, but also keep your professional honor. Don't talk about your theory, live it. To live by philosophy, you have to respond with calm, well-thought-out responses instead of defensive ones. You should let the quality of your responses and ultimately your work speak for itself. Not responding when unfairly criticized is not just a passive act, it's a strategic one. To embrace Stoicism's call to focus on what we can control, our responses and attitudes, this quiet strength turns possible conflict into a sign of your personal strength and philosophical dedication. As you face life's difficulties, think about how silence can help you. What chances might come up if you choose thoughtful silence over impulsive speech? How might this practice not only improve your own peace of mind, but also have an effect on those around you? By incorporating Stoic principles into our daily lives, especially when we are unfairly criticized, we align ourselves with a philosophy that values strength of character over the temporary approval of others. This promotes personal growth and inspires others to do the same, especially in today's world, where boasting and self-promotion often drown out humility. Stoicism tells us to embrace silence, and the wise Marcus Aurelius says, "Don't waste time arguing about what a good man should be one." In this light, think about how silence in response to boasts can turn a potentially ego-fueled environment into a place of self-reflection and growth. There will always be criticism in life, and it can often be a good way to learn and improve. But criticism isn't always fair, even when it's meant to hurt someone. In these kinds of scenarios, it can be hard to stay calm and act in the right way. Stoicism, a theory that began in ancient Greece, has timeless advice on how to handle rude criticism with class and grace. By following Stoic ideas, we can turn bad things that happen to us into chances to grow as people and become stronger inside. What matters is not what happens to you, but how you react to it. This is the Stoic principle. Epictetus advised taking a moment to think about what to say when someone criticizes you unfairly. This keeps you from acting on impulse and gives you time to think about what's going on without getting upset. Marcus Aurelius reminded us that we control our minds, not events outside of them. Understanding this truth makes us stronger. Unfair feedback only reflects the reviewer's feelings or thoughts, not your actual worth or abilities. Marcus Aurelius also said that if anyone can prove and show him that he thinks and acts in error, he would gladly change, for he seeks the truth. There may be a small amount of truth in even the most unfair judgment. Finding useful insights hidden within criticism allows for self-improvement while discarding unnecessary negativity. Epictetus taught that one must first learn the meaning of what they say before speaking. When someone criticizes you unfairly, staying calm and polite is essential. This shows strength and self-control while preventing unnecessary escalation. A calm response often neutralizes hostility and reflects maturity. Marcus Aurelius urged people to stop wasting time arguing about what a good man should be and instead focus on being one. Rather than dwelling on unfair criticism, redirect your energy toward your personal goals and self-improvement. You can rise above the bad things that happen and keep moving forward on your road by focusing on your own growth and virtues. It can be hard to deal with unfair criticism, but if you follow Stoic principles, you can turn these situations into chances to grow and become stronger. Remember to take a moment to think. Separate the criticism from your own worth. Look for any sliver of truth. Reply with coolness and respect. And keep your attention on your own growth. In this way, you live up to the Stoic ideal of staying calm and strong inside, even when things are hard outside. Number 2. Stoic silence in the middle of boasts. Imagine you're at a networking event where a co-worker is bragging too much about their recent raises and fancy lifestyle. You might want to counter their bravado with your own accomplishments. Stoicism teaches us the power of restraint. If you choose quiet, you keep your cool and let other people's words show you who they are. This way, you can save your energy for deeper conversations. This method not only protects your honor, but it also makes you look like someone who is sure of their own achievements and doesn't need outside approval. In this theory, silence is not a sign of passivity. Instead, it is a sign of strategic silence that shows knowledge and confidence. Another wise Stoic says, "He who does not wish to be outnumbered by greater benefits should not return one benefit with another. He should return many at once." In real life, this means that you should not respond to empty boasts with words, but with the quiet grace of your actions and the quality of your character. How often do you find yourself responding to someone else's success story with one of your own? What might happen if you instead chose to listen fully, acknowledging their accomplishments with a nod or a smile, while keeping your attention on your own virtues and goals? Accepting Stoic quiet in the middle of boasts is a way to live a life not marked by competition, but by happiness and inner success. It creates an atmosphere where one can thrive peacefully and successfully based on genuine self-worth rather than comparative measures. Please think about this lesson and use what you've learned in your daily life. How could accepting quiet make your life and relationships better? Please write about your ideas and stories in the space below. Let's work together to make each other's lives more peaceful and happy. Number 3. When dealing with anger. When we're angry, it can feel like a wild storm that can sweep away all reason and calm. But in the middle of this storm, Stoic philosophy offers a safe place to be, a moment of silence that helps us deal with these strong feelings. Epicurus, a famous Stoic figure, said to keep quiet most of the time and only speak when you have to. Now imagine a day at work when a co-worker's mistake causes you hours of extra work. Your first instinct might be to lash out in anger, but what would happen if you chose silence instead? By not reacting in anger, you give yourself time to think about the situation more objectively. This pause can stop the conflict from getting worse and lead to constructive solutions instead of heated arguments. Think about it. How often has reacting quickly in anger made you think about what could be different if you took a moment to calm down before speaking? Marcus Aurelius, another well-known Stoic, gives advice in his writings. How much worse are the results of anger than the things that make people angry? This thought makes us think about what happens after we get angry. Most of the time, the effects of an angry outburst are worse than the thing that made us angry in the first place. Think about Nelson Mandela, a famous leader who, even though he had been jailed for years, decided to forgive his abusers instead of getting angry. This decision not only improved his own life, but also led a country to reconciliation. For example, using silence when you're angry doesn't mean hiding your feelings. It means choosing a response that is in line with your best self. This practice not only improves your own peace, but also leads to better relationships and a more successful life. As you deal with the inevitable frustrations of daily life, remember that silence can be your sanctuary, a place where wisdom rules. Adopt it, and you may find that the quiet response is not only the most profound, but also the most powerful. Anger is a normal feeling that everyone has at some point in their lives. On the other hand, anger that isn't under control can hurt relationships and your own health. Stoicism teaches useful ways to control anger by focusing on self-control, clear thought, and inner peace. Figure out the cause. Look at your triggers to figure out what exactly makes you angry. Is it a person, a setting, or a certain event? Self-reflection. Think about why these things really set you off. Our assumptions and ideas about things often play a big role. Acceptance. Know that you can't change the things that happen in the outside world. What you can change is how you react to these things. Practice being mindful. Keep your mind on the present time instead of focusing on past problems or worries about the future. Exercises for deep breathing. When you feel angry, do exercises for deep breathing to calm your mind and body. Pause and think before you respond. Stop and think about what will happen if you do something. Change your point of view. Try to see things from the other person's point of view to show empathy. Seeing things from their point of view can help you feel less angry. Change the way you see it. Think about how a Stoic philosopher would see things. Would they think it was unimportant or important? Focus on solutions. Instead of dwelling on the issue at hand, think of useful ways to handle it. Build emotional strength. Learn to control yourself. Remind yourself that you can choose how to react. Use self-control and patience. Emotional detachment. Learn to control yourself. Remind yourself that you can choose how to react. Use self-control and patience. Emotional detachment. Learn to separate your feelings from what's going on. Take a step back and look at it objectively instead of personally. Get stronger inside. Do things that help you deal with your emotions, like exercising, writing in a book, or meditating. Use your anger in a healthy way. Positively channel your energy. Instead of being angry, put your energy into things that will help you, like working out or making art. Learn and grow. Use your anger as a chance to learn more about yourself and change how you respond in the future. How to communicate well. Talk about how you feel in a cool and confident way without being hostile or angry. Managing your anger well is important for your health and the health of your relationships. You can turn anger into a good force by getting to the bottom of it, practicing mindfulness, changing your point of view, building mental strength, and finding healthy ways to use your anger. Follow the advice of Stoicism to find inner peace and live a healthy, peaceful life. Number 4. Silence amidst unfounded rumors. Silence in the middle of false rumors. When people talk to each other, stories are like leaves caught in a gust of wind. When these rumors aren't true, they can cause harm and confusion. Stoic philosophy gives us a strong answer: quiet. Think about the story of a teacher in a small town who was wrongly accused of misconduct. As rumors spread through the community, the teacher chose not to add to the heat by denying or explaining what happened. Instead, she relied on her honesty and integrity to stand firm. This silence is not a passive surrender, but a smart decision based on wisdom. Marcus Aurelius said, "You hold power over your thoughts, not over outside events. Understand this, and you will be strong." How often have we seen quickly spoken words make things worse? How might silence protect you from the arrows of false accusations? By refusing to comment, the teacher let the community's initial excitement die down. As time went on and no new proof came to light, the truth became her defense. This shows the Stoic belief that you should focus on what you can control, like your reactions and actions, instead of worrying about how stories spread, which you can't stop. Epictetus once said that if someone says bad things about you, you should always compliment them. This counterintuitive method says that reacting to negativity with positivity, or in this case, silence, can stop and change the course of unproductive interactions. When false accusations are made, speaking quietly can show respect and trust in the truth. To use this in your own life, think about how important it is to wait to reply to stories until the storm passes. Remember that the best way to keep your peace and image is to live by the ideal you preach, not by fighting every whisper. In these kinds of situations, staying quiet isn't just a way to protect yourself, it's also a way to show your dedication to Stoic principles. So, as you deal with the difficulties of personal and professional relationships, let Stoic silence lead you through the chaos of false rumors, finding in it the way to a peaceful, happy, and successful life. Number 5. How to deal with loss. How do you deal with the utter silence that follows a major loss? Loss is a common human experience that often leaves a void filled with sadness and confusion. But Stoicism has a unique way of dealing with pain. For example, C.S. Lewis, a famous author who wrote about his grief after losing his wife in the book A Grief Observed, says, "The pain I feel now is the happiness I had before." This is a very Stoic way of thinking. Stoics believe that our experiences are part of a bigger natural flow of life, and that loss and love will always go hand in hand. Seneca, a famous Stoic philosopher, has a lot to say about this subject. "The day we worry will be our last is actually the birthday of eternity." How might your response to loss change if you see it as a shift instead of an end? What might you gain by accepting the silence that comes after loss, giving yourself time and room to think and heal? After his death, Lewis didn't try to fill the silence with explanations or distractions. Instead, he used it to deeply explore his thoughts and feelings, showing the Stoic belief that hardships can be used for personal growth. His journey through grief showed how keeping a calm mind can help someone deal with deep emotional pain and turn it into a deep understanding of life's fragility and beauty. Silence after a loss isn't a way to hide or deny what happened. It's a way to give yourself time to relax, think, and move on. Find meaning beyond the pain you're feeling right now. This means letting your feelings run their course without causing a forced end. Think about how you've dealt with losses in the past. How could the Stoic practice of reflective silence help you in future times of grief? How might this method change not only your own healing, but also the healing of those around you? Please share your thoughts and experiences with loss, as well as how Stoic practices may have affected your path. What lessons have you learned, and how has silence helped you get better? Let's talk about it and get better in the comments below. One of the hardest things in life is dealing with death. It's hard to deal with grief and sadness when you lose something important in your life, like a loved one, a job, or a big chance. Stoicism, an old theory started by Zeno of Citium in Athens, gives us timeless advice on how to deal with these hard times. Taking a Stoic view can help us be strong and at peace, even when we've lost something very important. Recognize and accept how you feel. It's important to understand and accept the feelings that come with losing someone. Stoicism teaches us that feelings are normal reactions to things that happen in life. The steps you can take. Let yourself cry and feel the pain without judging yourself. Writing in a journal or talking to a friend you trust can help you work through these feelings. Pay attention to what you can change. According to Stoic theory, we should let go of things we can't change and focus on the things we can. The steps you can take. Figure out what you can change about the situation, like how you deal with the loss, and let go of what you can't. Reframe the loss as a chance to get better. As explained, Stoics think that every problem can be used as a chance to grow and get better. Step you can take. Think about what you can learn from this. What can this loss teach you that will make you better, smarter, or more caring? Practice being thankful. Being thankful can help you stop thinking about what you've lost and start focusing on what you still have. Step. Write down every day a list of things you are thankful for. This exercise can help you see things in a new way and make you feel calm. Seek help and group. Stoicism stresses how important it is to have a group and help each other through hard times. Step to take. Talk to family, friends, or support groups. Talking about your problems with other people can help you feel better and less alone. It's never easy to deal with loss, but the Stoic ideas can help us be strong and resilient when we're going through the pain of loss. It can help to recognize our feelings, focus on what we can control, change our point of view, be grateful, and ask for help. These techniques can help us heal and grow if we choose to use them. Number 6. Navigating ignorance with Stoic grace. Have you ever met someone whose actions show they don't understand, but whose belief is as strong as if they were an expert? Even though this situation is upsetting, it's a good time to practice being patient and graceful. Galileo, the famous scientist who pushed heliocentrism during a time of strong geocentric beliefs, is a great example of how to deal with ignorance. Even though he faced fierce opposition and was even put under house arrest, Galileo kept his honor and dedication to the truth, often choosing to stay silent in the face of false accusations and ignorance. Stoicism teaches us that we can only control how we respond, not what other people do. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, said, "You have power over your mind, not over outside events." Realizing this will give you strength. Think about using this point of view the next time you come across someone who is wrong in their thoughts. How could changing how you respond if you knew you could control it? Galileo's silence wasn't a sign of weakness. It was a strong statement of his honesty and belief in what he had found. He knew that truth doesn't need to be backed up by words, but can stand firm on its own merits. Over time, this approach is similar to the Stoic idea of focusing on one's own actions and accepting that others' beliefs are outside of one's control. Being gracious means knowing the limits of your power and picking your fights carefully. It means being patient and understanding, even when things are frustrating. This practice not only leads to a peaceful and happy life, but it also helps you see things with a bigger picture that focuses on long-term respect and success instead of short-term vindication. Think about how silence can be a graceful reaction to stupidity in your own life. How might this method improve your relationships and your own health? Let Galileo's story motivate you to practice Stoic silence, turning possibly happy situations into chances for inner peace and personal growth. Number 7. How to deal with rumors. There must have been many times in your life when you were the subject of a story, hearing whispers getting louder as they went around. It's a normal human reaction, but keeping quiet can change the situation. Think about the story of a community leader whose dedication to protecting the environment led to false rumors about her personal gain. Instead of addressing each rumor, she stayed focused on her work, remembering Marcus Aurelius's words, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who hurt you." This leader's decision to remain silent and continue her advocacy let her actions speak louder than any rumor. Her behavior shows an important Stoic concept. It's not outside events that bother us, but how we react to them. How would your life be different if you ignored rumors with silence? What strength could you gain by deciding not to explain, but to keep going on your path? If someone says bad things about you, and it's true, Epictetus tells us to fix ourselves. If it's a lie, this wise leader not only kept the peace, but also told her people to look past the lies by telling them to laugh at them. People who didn't believe in her slowly lost faith, but her calm attitude and unwavering commitment showed that Stoic silence can help you keep your image and self-respect. This story shows how Stoicism can be used in modern life by showing how our reactions to false information can either feed the fire or put it out. It also shows that silence is not a passive choice, but an active and powerful way to let our lives and results show what kind of person we are. Think about this approach the next time you hear rumors. How can practicing Stoic silence help you stay calm and focused? How might it change how other people see you over time? I want you to share your ideas and experiences with dealing with rumors in the comment section below. What have you learned from these events, and how has silence helped you get through them? Your ideas could help someone find their way. Rumors can spread fast, hurt your image, cause a lot of stress, and make things more confusing. It is important to come up with good ways to deal with gossip in a world where information spreads quickly. There is timeless knowledge in Stoic thought that tells us how to stay calm, collected, and logical when we face problems. Keep your emotions in check. It is important to keep your feelings in check when you hear stories. When you react quickly or strongly, it can make things worse and give the stories more weight. Instead, try to keep your emotions in check and look at the issue without bias. Pause before you answer. Take a few deep breaths and tell yourself that other people's opinions don't define your worth. Do things that calm you down, like awareness or meditation, to stay calm. Get clear and get the facts. Thoughts and details that aren't clear often feed rumors. Do not take them at face value. Instead, look into the facts, find trustworthy sources, and gather correct data to find out what the story is really about. Talk to reliable people who can give you more information before coming to a decision. Ask questions and look for proof. This method helps you react based on facts instead of guesses. Think things through before you act. How you react to a story can have a big effect on how true it is. When you act without thinking, you might misunderstand something and spread the story even more. Instead, react carefully and with a plan. Look at the situation and think about what might happen if you do something different. Respond to the rumor in a cool and accurate way if you need to. Sometimes the best thing to do is to be quiet or say something slowly. Pay attention to your actions and personality. The best way to fight back against fake rumors is to show that you are a good person. Over time, stories can be put to rest by always being honest and showing what kind of person you are. Keep following your beliefs and ideas in everything you do. Take actions that are good for you and show who you really are. The more you act the same way over time, the less likely it is that false stories are true. Practice not caring about what other people think. Stoicism tells you to let go of things you can't change and focus on the things you can. The second group includes other people's thoughts and stories about you. Remember that you can't change what other people think or say. Pay attention to what you do and how you think. Accept yourself and have faith in your ideals, no matter what other people say. Stoic ideas like controlling your emotions, finding the truth, responding wisely, being constant, and not caring what other people think can help you deal with rumors in a balanced and logical way. By using these tips, you can handle the problems that stories cause with poise and strength, protecting your honor and peace of mind. Number 8. When confronted with injustice. Stoic philosophy teaches us to deal with life's problems with fairness and inner strength. This is especially important when we face unfairness. As the wise Epicurean said, "Bear and forbear." This maxim tells us to go through hard times without complaining and forgive others for their mistakes. Nelson Mandela fought against racism in South Africa in a way that made this theory very clear. Mandela's long time in jail could have made him angry, but he came out as a supporter of peace and unity, showing a deep Stoic resilience. Mandela didn't just stand there and let injustice happen. He chose to focus on healing and unity instead of getting even. This choice shows a key Stoic principle. Our biggest power lies in our ability to choose how to react to outside events. How might our own lives change if we followed Mandela's lead when it comes to the unfair things that happen to us? Can we choose to show understanding and kindness even when it seems impossible? By staying quiet when unfair things happen, Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations that the best way to get back at someone who has hurt you is not to be like them. By choosing not to get into a fight and instead developing a spirit of healing and forward thinking, Mandela changed the way a whole country thought about justice and peace. His life shows us that silence is not a sign of submission. Instead, it can be a powerful tool for change and a sign of personal integrity. This Stoic way of thinking doesn't mean passively accepting injustice. Instead, it involves a strategic and principled silence that prepares us for constructive action. It's about keeping your inner peace and using calm to inspire thoughtful solutions that address wrongdoing and foster a collective move towards a better future. As we face both small and large injustices, let us remember Mandela's silent strength. His legacy teaches us that sometimes the most profound response is cultivated in silence, allowing us to build a foundation for meaningful change and a happier, more successful life. Adopting this can transform both personal hardship and communal strife, leading us to a more peaceful existence. Everyone has to deal with unfair situations at some point in their lives. As a Stoic, it's important to handle these scenarios with calmness and knowledge. The ideas of Stoic thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus can help you understand how to deal with unfair situations. Focusing on what we can control, staying calm inside, and reacting logically are some of the things they stress. Keep your peace inside. Marcus Aurelius says that no matter what is going on around you, you should keep your mind cool and collected. Emotional regulation. To keep your emotions in check, do things like deep breathing, being aware, and meditation. Accept what you can't change. Know that you can only change how you react to other people's acts. Answer logically. Think before you act. Instead of moving without thinking, stop and think about what the best thing to do is. Try to understand. Try to figure out why the unfair thing happened. This can help make things clearer and maybe even show a way to solve the problem. Avoid getting back at people. Getting back at people with anger or revenge only makes things worse. Try to respond in a reasonable and calm way. Take a look at your values. Always stick to your principles, no matter what. Let your behaviors be based on your core beliefs and principles. Moral integrity. Make sure that your answer is in line with your morals and upholds your honor. Set a good example. Show others how to deal with unfairness with respect and honor by the way you act. Look for constructive answers. Problem-solving attitude. Instead of dwelling on the problem, go into the situation with the attitude of finding ways to solve it. Communication. Talk to the people involved in an open and honest way to try to find a fair answer. Advocate for change whenever you can. Try to make changes to the system that get to the bottom of the unfairness. Grow and learn. Stop and think about what happened. Think about what happened and what you can learn from it. Personal growth. Look at the experience as a chance to grow as a person and make yourself stronger. Future readiness. Get the skills and information you need to handle similar scenarios better in the future. It is important to stay calm, react logically, stay true to your ideals, look for helpful solutions, and learn from the experience when you are faced with injustice. If you follow these Stoic principles, you can deal with unfair situations with kindness and honesty, making them into chances to grow and make things better. Number 9. How to handle insults with Stoic wisdom. Handle insults with Stoic wisdom. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "If someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation." This maxim should wake us up every time someone insults us, and it also gives us a deep way to deal with insults. Be quiet. This insight tells us that we can choose how to react by choosing silence and understanding instead of conflict. Mahatma Gandhi, for example, faced insults and resistance in his fight for Indian freedom, but he didn't answer with anger or insult. Instead, he chose to be silent and understand. Gandhi believed in a form of pacifism, which is similar to the Stoic way of life, joyful peace. Gandhi's reaction to verbal and physical attacks was to keep quiet. This often made his enemies less dangerous and won support for his cause among the public. How might taking a similar stance when you are insulted change the dynamics of your interactions with others? What could you gain by keeping your cool instead of responding with words? When someone attacks you, you give yourself room to act with purpose instead of impulsiveness. This stern practice not only keeps you calm, but it also makes you look like a leader who is above everyone else. Small disagreements echoed Marcus Aurelius's. How much worse are the results of anger and grief than the things that made us feel those ways? Think about this as you deal with the problems that come up every day. Think about what this stern silence could do for your life. Could it be the key to a better, more successful life? How might your actions affect how other people deal with problems? As we've looked at the 9 pivotal moments to embrace silence from dealing with talk to facing loss, Stoic advice has shown us a way to peace and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Don't waste time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." In the spirit of his words, let us practice the deep strength that can be found in silence by deciding when to speak and when to listen. This will help us live a peaceful, happy, and kind life. Feel free to use these Stoic principles in your everyday conversations and see how the power of thoughtful silence can make your life better. If you found this talk deep and useful, please click the like button, leave a note with your thoughts, and don't forget to share these deep philosophical ideas with everyone you know. If you're new, subscribe to our channel to get more deep lessons in Stoicism that will help you grow. See you in the next lessons. Isn't it strange how the very people you go out of your way to help are often the ones who keep spinning in their own chaos, as if your support means absolutely nothing? It's like standing on the shore with a life preserver, watching someone who's drowning but refuses to grab hold, choosing instead to stay submerged. And there you are, stuck wondering when exactly you signed up to be the lifeguard for someone who doesn't want to be rescued. This is exactly what Stoic philosophy warns us about, the danger of wasting our energy on what is beyond our control. There are certain people who fit this category so perfectly that the only real help you can offer them is none at all. But before we dive into that, I want to tell you a story. A simple tale that holds a deep lesson you'll want to remember. There once lived a man named Martin in a small village. Everyone knew him for his generous heart. He never turned away anyone who asked for help. Family, neighbors, strangers, it didn't matter. If you needed something, Martin was there. But after years of giving and feeling unappreciated, drained, and even used, he found himself questioning everything. So he went to the village elder, Don Pablo, hoping to find clarity. Martin poured out his heart, sharing how exhausted and disappointed he felt. His help was rarely acknowledged, often exploited. Don Pablo listened and then said, "Helping is a virtue, yes, but not everyone who asks for help deserves it. Sometimes the most powerful act of kindness is knowing when not to give." Martin, curious and confused, leaned in. Don Pablo then told him this story. A traveler once met a beggar by the riverside. Moved by the man's plea, the traveler gave him a coin. The next day the same thing happened, and again on the third. But by then the traveler noticed something. The beggar hadn't moved, hadn't changed, hadn't tried to improve his situation. He simply kept asking, and the traveler realized that he wasn't helping the man rise. He was enabling him to stay where he was. Don Pablo looked Martin in the eye and said, "Some people, like that beggar, don't want to change. They prefer dependence. Helping them doesn't uplift. It traps them deeper. Real help teaches people to stand on their own. Martin took a moment to let that sink in. "So, who should I not help?" he finally asked. With a knowing smile, Don Pablo replied, "Don't help those who refuse to help themselves. Don't help those who manipulate your kindness. Don't help those who only show up when they need something and vanish when all is well." And in that moment, Martin understood. True kindness is noble, but wisdom lies in knowing who's worthy of it. Over time, he learned to tell the difference between someone needing a hand and someone wanting to be carried forever. The moral is simple, but often ignored. Unconditional generosity can backfire. Sometimes saying no is the kindest thing you can do, for them and for yourself. Now let's dive deeper, starting with one of the hardest types of people to deal with, the ones who resist change no matter what. You know the type. Life surrounds you with all kinds of people, from those who light up a room to those who suck the air right out of it. Let's talk about the immutable, the person who, despite endless chances, clings to their excuses and complaints like a child with a blanket. You've probably tried to help someone like this. You offer advice, encouragement, maybe even tangible support, but nothing works. They won't budge. Picture it like this. You're on a sinking ship and you're urging everyone to grab a paddle and row toward shore. But this one person, they just sit there, moaning about how cold the water is, refusing to lift a finger. Isn't that infuriating? The immutable doesn't want solutions. They want sympathy. They don't want change. They want someone to keep validating their misery. And the more you try to help, the more you risk drowning alongside them. The Stoics were clear on this point. You can't control others, only your own reactions. So when someone refuses to leave their comfort zone, it's not your failure. It's their choice. You can offer them a lifeboat, sure, but if they'd rather cling to the sinking ship, let them. That decision belongs to them. So what should you do? Start by setting clear boundaries. Compassion is noble, but it should never be a bottomless well that drains your soul. Decide in advance how much energy you're willing to invest. Understand that listening to someone isn't the same as fixing their problems. You're not their savior. Another thing you can do? Encourage reflection. Don't just hand out solutions. Ask questions. Make them think about their own situation. That alone can shift their mindset more than any lecture ever could. But also accept this. Not everyone is ready for change, and that's okay. Some people aren't seeking transformation. They're seeking comfort in what they know, even if it's painful. Your job isn't to push them. It's to respect yourself enough not to be pulled down with them. Ultimately, if they want to keep drifting on a broken raft, that's their journey. You don't have to join them. Sometimes the most loving choice is distance. That's what the Stoics meant by letting go of what you cannot change. And as Carl Jung once said, there are people who prefer suffering because it's familiar. You don't have to be part of that process. Now, let's turn to another type of person you need to watch out for. The manipulator. Ever feel like someone's draining the life out of you? Like no matter how much you give, it's never enough? Welcome to the world of emotional vampires. These manipulators might not have sharp teeth, but they'll suck the energy right out of your soul just the same. Manipulators know exactly how to twist your generosity into obligation. They're masters at making you feel like a terrible person if you don't give them your time, your money, your support, whatever it is they want. They don't need you, they need a host, and you're the one they've chosen to feed off. Imagine this. Your friendship starts off like a plant. You water it, nurture it, and feel good about it. But somewhere along the line, that plant becomes a cactus, demanding more and more from you while giving nothing in return. Before long, you're left parched, wondering where your joy went. The manipulator will make you believe that their crisis is more urgent than your peace. And if you're not careful, your days will revolve around managing their drama. You'll become their unpaid therapist, their emotional crutch, and in the worst case, their accomplice in avoiding responsibility. So how do you spot them before it's too late? Start by noticing the patterns. Are they always in trouble? Do they always need you to solve their problems? That's a red flag. Everyone goes through hard times, sure, but a permanent victim mentality is a sign of emotional manipulation, not misfortune. Also, pay attention to how they make you feel. Do you leave every interaction feeling drained? Do you feel guilty if you don't help them? That's not empathy, that's emotional blackmail. Guilt should never be the driving force behind your kindness. And their stories? Always dramatic, always heavy. If it starts feeling like you're stuck in someone else's soap opera, maybe it's time to change the channel. This doesn't mean you have to become emotionally distant or cold. Stoicism isn't about rejecting all human connection. It's about protecting your peace. Your well-being matters just as much as anyone else's. Sometimes the most empowering word you can say is a firm no. Not because you don't care, but because you care about your own energy too. You don't owe anyone your exhaustion. Love doesn't have to mean sacrifice. Compassion doesn't mean self-neglect. So remember this. Your time, your energy, your kindness, these are gifts, not obligations. Don't give them to people who use them as weapons. You're not here to be anyone's fuel source. The key is in knowing when to give freely and when to walk away. I'm not telling you to become a stone, some emotionless figure who clings to stoicism so tightly that you end up avoiding all meaningful human connections. That's not what this is about. What I am saying is this. Life is not meant to be an endless series of sacrifices where your own well-being becomes just a footnote. There are times when saying a clear no is far healthier than saying yes just to keep the peace, especially when that yes leaves you completely drained by the end of the day. You need to recognize your value. You weren't born to be everyone's savior. You were born to live your life to its fullest potential. Sometimes helping someone is a beautiful act of love. But other times, it's just enabling a pattern of emotional abuse. So before you reach out to offer help, pause and ask yourself, am I truly helping, or am I just allowing myself to be used? Being manipulated isn't kindness. You are the author of your own life. Don't hand the pen to someone who will twist your story into something it was never meant to be. And remember this well. What you don't need, you don't have to give. Generosity should come from abundance, not depletion. Now let's talk about the victimist. That archetype of someone who constantly walks around in a metaphorical superhero cape, not to rescue anyone, but to search for someone else to blame for their every misfortune. It's never their fault. The world is unfair. If it weren't for the universe conspiring against them, everything would be perfect. Their list of excuses is so long, it seems they're rehearsing for a role in a melodrama. But behind this relentless blame game is a refusal to take responsibility for their own life. The victimist is like a sailor who refuses to learn how to sail. Instead, they drift, blaming the waves, the weather, the sharks, anything but their own lack of initiative. They choose to be passive in the story of their life, making themselves the tragic hero and turning you into the frustrated audience member, silently begging for someone to change the channel. Picture this. You're in a waiting room, and there they are in the corner, complaining as if they're showing off the latest smartphone. Complaints about work, about friends, about life. Nothing is ever their responsibility. Their boss doesn't recognize their brilliance. Their friends lack loyalty. Even the universe has turned against them. But what are they doing to change any of it? The answer is often nothing. The Stoics teach that wisdom begins when we accept what we cannot control. But the victimist missed that lesson entirely. They cling to their bowl like a fish that refuses to see the ocean beyond the glass. Instead of seeking solutions, they choose to wallow in the muddy waters of their excuses, drowning in self-pity that's grown stale with time. So what do we do about the victimist? That's the hard part. Compassion has its place, and there are people who genuinely need our help. But there are others, like the victimist, who are comfortable staying stuck. The healthiest thing you can do may be to step back. Ask yourself if your energy is really well spent on someone who refuses to grow. Helping them might be like offering a map to someone who insists that every pothole is someone else's fault. Sometimes, letting people deal with the consequences of their choices is the most loving thing you can do. Be a lighthouse, not a lifeboat. If someone is deeply committed to their role as a victim and they're not ready to move forward, you risk getting swept up in their emotional storm. Stoicism reminds us that we control only our own responses. So the next time you cross paths with a victimist, ask yourself, am I really helping them grow, or am I just getting sucked into their drama? The victimist doesn't need your pity. They need a mirror. It's not about turning your back on those who need help. It's about distinguishing between those who are ready to own their life and those who would rather blame the world. Sometimes the best thing you can offer is the truth. As Epictetus said, life doesn't happen to you, you make it happen. And now, let's turn the lens to the narcissist. Ever felt like you were trapped on an endlessly spinning carousel? That's narcissism, and the only rule on this ride is that all attention must constantly revolve around its center, the narcissist. This is the person who craves validation like a plant craves sunlight. They are experts in demanding the spotlight, but noticeably uninterested in real solutions or the needs of others. To understand this kind of personality, picture a child in a park, hands raised, shouting, "Look at me, look at me," as they perform some small trick. That's the essence of the narcissist, always wanting attention, always needing to be the center not only of their own story, but of everyone else's too. From social media to family gatherings, they hunt for admiration like it's their oxygen. But things start to break down when you offer help or advice. Instead of gratitude, you're met with suspicion and rejection. It's like showing a cucumber to a cat, pure distrust. The narcissist isn't interested in solutions. They're interested in staying in the spotlight. That's why it's essential to consider who you give your time and energy to. Helping a narcissist is like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in the bottom. You can pour endlessly, but it will never be enough. Your generosity becomes just another opportunity for them to demand more attention, never returning the effort with true appreciation. So what can you do? Start by drawing boundaries. Your time and emotional energy are precious, and you don't owe them to someone who only sees you as a mirror reflecting their greatness. Think like a Stoic. Accept that you cannot change another person's nature, but you can choose your own response. Help where your efforts are valued. Be like a gardener. Don't water weeds. Water the flowers that grow and give back. The narcissist is always chasing validation, but rarely seeks genuine growth. As Stoic philosophy reminds us, it's important to be deliberate about who we help. Don't become a background character in someone else's theatrical life. Pick your battles wisely. Your time is currency. Spend it on people who truly value you. Life is far too short to be the set decoration for someone else's drama. Now, let's talk about the time waster, those who don't value your time. In this world, few things are as valuable as time. Yet, there's a certain type of person who throws it away with the same casual disregard a child has when spilling juice on a white carpet. They are the squanderers of your schedule, the ones who dictate your hours as if your life exists to serve theirs. Imagine your time as a precious lottery ticket, limited and valuable. But when you give it away carelessly to these time wasters, it's like spending your winnings on things that leave you empty. These individuals appear just when you're finally settling in for peace, as if your personal time was some open buffet they can sample from without asking. Their habits are simple. They disregard your boundaries, your needs, and your plans. You could have an appointment, a pressing deadline, or just the desire to do absolutely nothing, and yet they'll interrupt, assuming their demands are more urgent than yours. It's as if they believe you are a 24-hour machine, always available, never needing rest. Dealing with a time waster can feel like trying to assemble a 1,000-piece puzzle in the dark. But it's not hopeless. Protect your time by setting and enforcing boundaries. Don't be afraid to say no. Picture your time as a garden. Every time waster is a weed trying to choke your blossoms. Communicate your schedule clearly and hold firm to it. You're not here to meet everyone's expectations. Your time deserves respect. Make your priorities clear. Create a list of what truly matters to you. When someone tries to overstep, let your silence speak for you. You don't always need to offer an explanation, and remember, from a Stoic's point of view, your time is a sacred treasure. Time wasters, in the end, are not just annoying, they're thieves. Thieves that rob you of the most precious things you possess, your hours, your minutes, and most critically, your inner peace. That's why it's so important to identify these kinds of people and protect your time using strategies that restore balance in your life. Never forget, you hold the power to decide how every moment of your life is spent. So, what's stopping you? Take command of your schedule. Make it known that you are the author of your own time, not a background actor in the chaotic theater of other people's lives. Because at the core of it, your time is your life. Don't surrender the script to someone else. Then there's the one who refuses to listen, the deaf, not in the literal sense, but in spirit. Have you ever encountered that person who nods politely at your advice, gives all the cues that they're paying attention, but once the conversation ends, does exactly the opposite? It's like talking to a wall. No matter how clear or wise your words are, your message disappears into nothingness. Trying to guide someone like this becomes a draining, futile cycle. Your emotional energy evaporates like air leaking from a punctured balloon. Picture yourself as a coach. You've got a player who, instead of following your strategy, goes rogue every single game. Meanwhile, you're on the sidelines watching him sabotage his own performance. You shout, "Move left," but he freezes. That's the deaf person. They seem content staying where they are, content to merely hear but never act. And as they lounge in passive acceptance, you find yourself cast in an exhausting tragic comedy, replayed endlessly. Helping someone like that can leave you so disillusioned you start to question your own purpose. But why pour your strength into someone who refuses to grow? The Stoics remind us that our energy must be spent wisely, especially on those who recognize its worth. The deaf cling to comfort, to laziness, and disregard the guidance you so patiently offer. Why offer light to someone who closes their eyes? A better path might be to set firm boundaries. Supporting someone who consistently ignores your help is like trying to fill a bucket riddled with holes. No matter how much you pour in, it will never hold. Instead, direct your care and energy toward those who are truly ready to grow. Isn't it far more rewarding to support someone who appreciates your insight? Think of yourself as a gardener. If you plant seeds in barren ground, don't expect a harvest. Sometimes the best way to help is to let the deaf experience the consequences of their own choices. Life has a powerful way of teaching the most important lessons, often when no one else is speaking. You can offer support, but in the end, it might be silence that finally makes the biggest impression. So, the next time you encounter one of these deaf listeners, remember, you are not a parrot meant to repeat yourself endlessly. Your energy is precious. Spend it on people who are ready to take action. Stoic wisdom teaches us that growth requires more than hearing. It demands discipline and the will to change. Be mindful of who you choose to help, because not everyone is prepared to listen. Nelson Mandela once said it best, "You can't help someone who refuses to be helped." And then we meet the dramatic. This person lives as if they've stepped straight out of a Shakespearean tragedy, where every little inconvenience becomes an epic event, and even their morning coffee tastes like sorrow. You've likely encountered someone like this, the kind who transforms the smallest situation into a grand theatrical moment. And while your instinct might be to help them, often the greatest form of help is to not get tangled in their constant turmoil. Imagine you're at the movies. The film begins, but suddenly the screen fades to black and you hear a gut-wrenching cry. No, it's not part of the film. It's your dramatic friend, center stage once again. Every sentence they speak is crafted for maximum emotional impact, meant to evoke guilt or despair. Every attempt you make to lift their spirits only adds fuel to their emotional bonfire. It's a paradox. Your kindness feeds the flames. Stoic philosophy places immense value on emotional detachment from things beyond our control. Trying to change how the dramatic sees the world only pulls you deeper into their gloom. That's why the first step is to set boundaries. Visualize yourself as a landscape photographer. If you stay in the dramatic's house too long, your portfolio will be filled with storm clouds and shadows. You're not cold-hearted. You're just protecting your own story from becoming their next tragic scene. Practice compassion, yes, but do it from a safe distance. You can care without being consumed. Picture a protective bubble around you, a shield against their draining emotions. Like a true hero, you act with kindness, but don't let yourself get pulled into someone else's crisis narrative. Sometimes the dramatic needs a moment of clarity, a mirror, not a savior. Instead of giving solutions, offer a question. Do you really think things are that terrible? This kind of inquiry might spark a flicker of self-awareness. But don't fool yourself. This isn't a rescue mission. It's just a gentle nudge toward reality. And never forget the power of humor. When life becomes absurd, laughter might be the only medicine. So when your dramatic friend starts their latest tale of suffering, you might gently ask, So how did the apocalypse end this time? That little joke could help them realize how exaggerated their story sounds and lighten the emotional load. Helping the dramatic is like trying to sail turbulent seas. You might make the effort, but the destination may never appear. Some people prefer to dwell in their drama, and there's little you can do to change that. Rather than sacrifice your peace, surround yourself with people who embrace life, even when it's tough. Life is too short to spend it performing in someone else's ongoing soap opera. Not every role in life is yours to play. Now we come to the ungrateful. If you've ever offered someone your hand, your time, your heart, only to receive a shrug or a cold glance, you know how this feels. The ungrateful move through life as if love, kindness and support were theirs by default. They treat your efforts like a buy one get one free coupon, redeemable everywhere, but with no intention of returning the favor. These people are emotional black holes. They consume all you give, yet remain empty. In Stoic teachings, gratitude is a pillar of emotional strength and balance. So why continue giving to someone who refuses to understand this fundamental truth? Imagine you're on a boat and you see someone drowning. You dive in, offer your life vest, and pull them to safety. A grateful person would look at you, teary-eyed, and whisper a heartfelt, "Thank you." The ungrateful, they'd scoff and say, "Took you long enough, I nearly drowned." Some people don't want to be saved. They just want someone to admire how well they pretend to swim. Ungrateful individuals are like barren plants. No matter how much care you give, they never bloom. And to be fair, some people were never taught how to show gratitude. But that doesn't mean you should exhaust yourself trying to nourish a soul that refuses to grow. To deal with the ungrateful, the first thing you must do is create limits. If someone continuously takes advantage of your generosity, don't hesitate to draw that line. Think of it like telling a plant it can't grow in perpetual shade. It needs light, and you're not an unlimited sunbeam. Ask yourself, will this person truly value what I'm about to do? If the answer is no, then save your strength. Reserve your best for those who will truly cherish it. Don't use your finest ingredients making a microwave meal. Save them for the dinner that matters. Also, take time to practice your own gratitude. In helping others, we sometimes forget ourselves. Remember to care for those who appreciate you, and that includes you. Stoic philosophy encourages reflection and gratefulness, especially toward oneself. Remind yourself that not everyone will change, and that's okay. Releasing that expectation will free you from the emotional burden of waiting for a thank you that may never come. Think of gratitude like a broken clock. It's stuck on the same hour, no matter how often you try to reset it. So, dear friend, the next time you encounter an ungrateful soul, remember this: your time, energy, and care are precious. Offer them to those who truly see the value of your presence. Life is far too short to keep pouring your energy into people who don't recognize or appreciate it. What truly matters in the end is emotional balance. Just like the Stoics, choose to be surrounded by those who value your presence and contributions. Gratitude, after all, is the very heartbeat of a meaningful life. Now let's talk about the clock. Have you ever felt someone looking at you with those wide, sorrowful eyes, silently begging for your help as if their survival depended on you? Welcome to the emotional world of the dependent, the person who drags through life carrying an invisible backpack filled with problems, expecting you to be the one to take it off their shoulders. It might sound like an exaggeration, but this dynamic is more common than you think. Imagine you're at a lively party. Music is playing, laughter surrounds you, and you're enjoying the moment. Suddenly, you're cornered by the clerk. This person has a peculiar gift. They can effortlessly turn casual small talk into an overwhelming narrative about their life struggles and inability to make even the smallest decisions. They tell you how their dog ran away, how they had a terrible day, and how they're spiraling into panic because they can't decide what to eat for dinner. And in that moment, you realize they're not simply seeking conversation. They're looking for someone to fix their life. Stoic philosophy teaches that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. So, when you encounter the clerk, remember, you are not their savior. You are not obligated to shoulder the weight of their choices or their indecision. The key is learning to set boundaries. Think of it like this. You're on a boat. If someone starts drilling holes in the bottom, do you just sit and watch, hoping they'll stop? Of course not. You intervene. In the same way, you must gently but firmly let them know there are times when you are simply not available to take on their burdens. Be honest, but compassionate. Clear boundaries can be a healing force for both of you. Next, instead of constantly jumping in to rescue them, try encouraging their independence. Step back from the role of lifeguard and become a coach. Nudge them to make decisions on their own. Ask thought-provoking questions like, "What would you do if no one else were here to help you?" Such questions compel them to confront their own capacity to act and solve problems. Also, it's crucial to practice emotional detachment. If you find yourself internalizing their problems as your own, pause. Remind yourself that you are not a container for their emotions. Think of it as learning a dance. You don't have to sway to every sad tune they play. Keep a healthy emotional distance. This doesn't mean you don't care. It means you choose to prioritize your own well-being. Be the voice of reason. Sometimes, the dependent person needs a gentle wake-up call. Offering a fresh perspective can help them see their challenges aren't as insurmountable as they believe. Ask, what would happen if you looked at this from another angle? This doesn't just give them room to vent, it can also lead them toward taking responsibility and finding their own way forward. At the end of the day, interacting with the clerk can be draining. But as the Stoics teach, what matters most isn't what happens to us externally, but how we choose to respond. You are not responsible for carrying someone else's emotional load. Your time, energy, and peace are too valuable. Learn to say no, to draw clear boundaries, and always remember, your life isn't meant to be someone else's crutch. It's far more fulfilling to be surrounded by people who strive for their own independence than those who turn you into their emotional crutch. After all, you have your own journey to live. Keep this close to your heart. Not every burden is worth carrying, even if you care. Now, let's move on to the denier. Meeting a denier feels like stepping into a realm where logic and reason have no home. This person clings to their distorted view of reality like a child gripping a security blanket, even as life screams at them that things are not as they imagine. Denying reality isn't just a form of self-deception. It's like trying to knock down a brick wall with your bare hands, frustrating and futile. Trying to help a denier is like trying to teach a fish to fly. It simply doesn't work. Imagine you have a compass that reliably points north. Now, imagine the denier insists that south is the new north. You try to guide them, gently, pointing them back to true north, but they look at you like you're speaking in a foreign tongue. No, no, they insist. North doesn't exist. Everyone should follow the glorious South. You try to help, but all you encounter is a wall of illusions, and your only companion on this journey is mounting frustration. Even the most serene Stoics would eventually throw in the towel after so many failed attempts to open the denier's eyes. So what can you do? You must come to terms with the fact that you cannot change someone's perspective if they're determined to live in denial. Trying to force clarity upon them is like swimming against a powerful current. It will leave you exhausted and washed ashore while they continue to paddle in circles. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is walk away. Let them know that while you care, you can't allow their distorted view to drain your energy. You have a life of your own, and your peace matters. You can't change someone who isn't ready to see. If you still feel the urge to try one last time, use irony or light-hearted humor to reveal the absurdity of their mindset. Turn it into a playful moment. Sometimes a well-timed laugh opens doors more effectively than a sledgehammer of truth. Ultimately, surround yourself with people who face life with clarity. If you must battle through emotional storms, at least do it in the company of those grounded in reality. The denier is one of those people who, as hard as it may be to accept, might not be worth trying to save. Life is too short to waste time convincing someone that the sun rises in the east and not in the west. Look at it through the eyes of a Stoic, and you may see that the best way to love someone like this is to let them walk their path, even if that means watching them stumble on the stones of their own denial. So the next time you come across a denier, take a deep breath, offer a calm smile, and remind yourself that sometimes letting go is the kindest act of all. Because, as they say, denial is the first stage of grief, and for some, it's the only one they'll ever know. If you've made it this far, leave a comment below. He who does wrong ends up wrong. I'd love to hear your stories and your wisdom. If this video spoke to you, subscribe, turn on notifications, and drop a comment so YouTube can share it with more people like you. Your support keeps us inspired to create more meaningful content. And if you haven't yet, be sure to check out our last 2 videos. We made them with you in mind. I truly appreciate your time, your heart, and your energy. See you on our next adventure. Have you ever experienced being ghosted? You thought everything was going smoothly, and then out of nowhere she vanishes. No messages, no explanations, leaving you confused and wondering what went wrong. Or maybe she's inconsistent with her attention. One day she's incredibly affectionate, and the next she's completely distant. It drives you crazy, doesn't it? Let's get brutally honest here. Many women play emotional games, and if you can't recognize those games or figure out how to respond to them, you'll find yourself stuck in a cycle of frustration, confusion, and emotional pain. But here's the truth. It's not your fault these games exist. However, it is your responsibility to learn how to navigate them. What I'm going to share with you today are 10 powerful, foolproof strategies to help you stay one step ahead when dealing with women who toy with your heart. And no, this isn't about manipulating anyone. This is about mastering yourself through the ancient wisdom of Stoicism. It's about becoming the calm in the chaos, the grounded, unshakable man who cannot be emotionally controlled. So prepare yourself, because what we're about to dive into has the potential to transform the way you approach relationships forever. Before we jump into those 10 Stoic strategies, let's be clear on one important thing. Why do women engage in these emotional games in the first place? Why do they suddenly go silent, lead you on with little bits of affection, or keep you stuck in a state of emotional uncertainty? The answer is simple. They're testing your emotional resilience. They want to know if they can sway you, manipulate your emotions, and cause you to question yourself. And once they see that they can, the game is over. You've lost. You'll lose their respect, and instead of being the one in control, you'll be the one chasing their validation. Here's the good news. You don't have to play their game. Rather than becoming a pawn in someone else's emotional drama, you can become the master of your own internal world. Through Stoicism, you can train yourself to stay calm, centered, and in control, no matter what emotional tactic she tries. This isn't just about succeeding in romantic relationships. It's about reclaiming your personal power and refusing to be manipulated. It's about becoming a man who fully understands his value. So if you're tired of being led around emotionally, if you're done playing the fool in someone else's story, and you're ready to regain your strength, stay with me. These 10 Stoic principles are about to shift the way you see everything. Let's start with emotional detachment. This is the foundation for everything else. To detach emotionally does not mean you stop caring altogether. It means that you no longer allow your emotions to rule you. You're not controlled by every fluctuation in someone else's behavior. You stop being reactive. Most guys lose it the moment a woman starts pulling away or acting distant. They get anxious, overanalyze every little thing, and rush to fix whatever they think went wrong. But let's be real. This is often just a test. She's watching to see how you'll handle the pressure, and when you start chasing her, desperate for her attention, you're failing the test. What you need to do instead is remain emotionally steady. Whether she's blowing up your phone with texts or completely ghosting you for days, your emotional state should remain consistent. You are calm. You are balanced. You are unaffected by her emotional highs and lows. And the more you practice this kind of detachment, the more attractive you actually become, because nothing draws people in more than someone who exudes emotional stability. It shows strength, and strength is magnetic. When you refuse to be shaken, you become someone who's impossible to play. Now let's talk about recognizing her behavioral patterns, because once you start paying attention, you'll see the same emotional tactics pop up over and over again. This matters because behavior patterns reveal intent, and when you can identify a pattern, the entire game becomes predictable, and predictability gives you power. Let's break it down with a classic example: hot and cold behavior. One day she's texting you non-stop, telling you how amazing you are, and even talking about the future. Then, suddenly, nothing. She becomes distant, distracted, maybe even cold. That roller coaster is not an accident. It's a deliberate push-pull strategy. She's doing it to test whether you'll chase her when she backs away. Most guys fall right into the trap. They panic, start over-texting, asking if everything's okay, trying to fix what they think is broken. But not you. You're going to recognize this for what it is, a test of emotional strength. And instead of reacting, you'll stay steady. You'll let her be the one to reach out. When you refuse to react emotionally to her inconsistent behavior, you completely change the dynamic. Suddenly, she's the one wondering why you didn't bite the bait, why you didn't chase. And let's be clear, this isn't always malicious. Sometimes women do this without even realizing it. It's a subconscious test of your confidence and composure, but whether it's intentional or not, the effect is the same. And your response should always be rooted in emotional discipline. Another behavioral pattern you need to be aware of is the breadcrumbing tactic. This happens when a woman gives you just enough attention to keep you engaged, but never actually commits to anything meaningful. You might get the occasional flirty text or vague agreement to meet up, but when it's time to solidify plans, she suddenly becomes unavailable or unresponsive. This is a calculated move meant to keep you emotionally invested, spending your time and energy, all while she avoids making any real commitment in return. So, how do you deal with breadcrumbing? The answer is simple. You call it out in a composed and emotionally detached manner. You might say something like, "Look, I'm not here for half-hearted attention. If you're not genuinely interested in spending time together, that's completely fine, but I'm not going to stick around waiting." You deliver this message without anger, without frustration, and most importantly, without chasing. By doing this, you make it clear that you have self-respect and are unwilling to accept anything less than what you truly deserve. Setting firm boundaries is crucial, and doing it early on is even more important. Boundaries are not just a means of self-protection, they are a statement of self-respect. Here's the hard truth. If you fail to set clear boundaries at the beginning of a relationship, you're essentially signaling to her that it's acceptable to disrespect or walk over you. A lot of men shy away from drawing those lines because they worry it will scare women off. But here's the reality. Women are drawn to boundaries. Why? Because boundaries reflect that you value and respect yourself, and that kind of self-assurance is magnetic. Now, how do you set boundaries in a way that doesn't come across as overbearing or insecure? It starts with understanding that boundaries are about your own well-being. It's not about telling her what she can or cannot do. It's about expressing what you need in order to feel respected and emotionally safe. For example, if she frequently cancels plans at the last minute or ghosts you with no explanation, don't ignore it or pretend it doesn't bother you. Instead, bring it up in a calm and straightforward way. You might say, "I've noticed you've been canceling plans a lot lately. I really value consistency. If you're not interested in making this work, that's okay, but I'm not comfortable with this back and forth." This isn't an accusation or an attack. It's a mature and clear communication of your expectations. And here's where it becomes powerful. When you set boundaries from a place of genuine self-respect, you create a scenario where she either adjusts and starts respecting you, or she walks away. Either outcome is a win for you because you've preserved your emotional integrity and avoided being dragged into a disrespectful dynamic. Let's look at a common scenario where boundaries are absolutely necessary. Say you're seeing a woman who likes to flirt with other guys in front of you. She may be doing it to provoke jealousy or to test how much you care. Most guys either explode in anger or sit there fuming in silence. But that's not you. You remain composed, and when the moment is right, you calmly take her aside and say something like, "Look, I'm not into these kinds of games. If you're interested in other guys, that's totally your choice. But I'm not going to be part of that." You're not reacting emotionally. You're not starting a scene. You're simply communicating a boundary and making it clear that if it's not respected, you're ready to walk away. When it comes to mind games, nothing makes a stronger impact than staying calm under pressure. Many women will test a man's composure to see if they can provoke a reaction. They might talk about their ex, flirt with someone else in front of you, or make passive-aggressive comments, all designed to push your buttons. Most men fall for it and react exactly how she expects, with jealousy, anger, or insecurity. But you're going to take the Stoic approach. When she tries to test you emotionally, you stay calm, collected, and completely unfazed. Why does this approach work? Because when you don't react, it takes away her power in the situation. She expects a reaction, a blow-up, a jealous remark, a defensive argument. But when you remain unshaken, the dynamic shifts. You're sending a message that she doesn't have control over your emotions. Here's an example. Let's say during a conversation, she casually mentions her ex. "My ex used to take me to this amazing restaurant." Or, "I had the best summer with my ex." She's trying to trigger insecurity or jealousy. Most guys would respond with something like, "I don't want to hear about your ex," or "Why are you still talking about him?" But not you. You keep your cool and respond with something like, "That's cool. I'm sure he was a great guy." You're not giving her the emotional reaction she's fishing for, and that unpredictability throws her off. Now picture another situation. She's flirting with another man in a group setting. Most guys would try to compete for attention or lash out at her for being disrespectful. But the Stoic response is different. You stay composed, even if it stings a bit inside. You don't try to one-up the other guy, and you don't confront her in a reactive way. You just observe. If she's doing this to get your attention, your indifference will confuse her. She'll start wondering why it's not affecting you, and that's when the power dynamic begins to shift in your favor. The core principle is simple. Never allow your emotions to dictate your behavior. When you maintain your calm under pressure, you demonstrate that you are grounded, self-controlled, and not easily rattled. And that kind of inner strength is extremely attractive. One of the biggest mistakes guys make in relationships is losing focus on their long-term goals. They get caught up in the moment, constantly chasing short-term validation. Whether it's the thrill of her attention, the temporary fix of resolving an argument, or the emotional high of her affection. But Stoicism teaches us to look beyond the immediate and keep our eyes on the bigger picture. Many men lose their sense of direction in relationships because they get caught up in seeking instant gratification. They chase after the emotional high of her attention, the comfort of her affection, or the quick relief of resolving conflict. But the principles of Stoicism teach us to focus on the long term. When you commit to your long-term aspirations, you naturally stop fixating on the daily emotional roller coaster that relationships can sometimes bring. Think of it like this. If you're building a solid career, improving your physical health, and pursuing personal development, you simply don't have the bandwidth for trivial emotional games. Your time and mental energy are too valuable to be wasted on such distractions. Adopting this mindset brings two powerful changes. First, you become less reactive because you're not relying solely on her attention for emotional fulfillment. Second, you instantly become more appealing because there's nothing more magnetic than a man who's chasing purpose. Imagine you're dating a woman and things are progressing smoothly. Then suddenly she starts to retreat, texts less frequently, cancels plans, and appears emotionally distant. Most guys would immediately spiral, overanalyzing everything, becoming clingy and bending over backward to fix things. They become overly available and lose their self-respect in the process. But a man who's focused on his long-term goals doesn't panic. He stays grounded because he understands that his worth isn't defined by whether or not she's showing him affection. He's busy constructing his future, evolving and staying aligned with his personal mission. If she chooses to be part of that journey, that's great. But if not, he doesn't lose sleep over it. When you prioritize your long-term vision, you grow more emotionally self-sufficient. You no longer need her approval to feel confident or worthy, because that validation comes from your achievements, your discipline, and your continual growth. And here's the twist. When she notices that you're not chasing after her or getting wrapped up in emotional tug-of-war, her interest often intensifies. Why? Because you're not like the other guys waiting by the phone. You're the one building something bigger than drama. You're the man whose time is too valuable for emotional games. Another major pitfall many men fall into is emotional retaliation. It's a common trap. She might do something that stings, flirt with another guy, ignore your texts, or act hot and cold. Your gut reaction might be to get even. Maybe you start flirting with someone else to get back at her, or you suddenly pull away to make her chase you. Let's be clear, this never works. The moment you start reacting emotionally, you've already lost the upper hand. Why? Because she's now in control. You've allowed her actions to dictate yours, and that hands her all the power. A man rooted in Stoicism doesn't retaliate emotionally because he knows that emotional reactivity is a weakness. Instead, he chooses to respond with quiet detachment. If she ghosts him, he doesn't spiral or seek revenge. He simply pulls back his attention and reinvests it in himself. If she tries to make him jealous, he doesn't fall into the trap. He stays composed and carries on with his life. Picture this. You're at a social gathering with a woman you've been seeing, and she starts openly flirting with another guy. Most men would react in one of two ways. They'd either confront her in a heated moment or try to outdo her by flirting with someone else. But both of these reactions stem from insecurity. Instead, you choose not to react. You remain calm and let her play her game without participating. This response frustrates her because she realizes she no longer has emotional leverage over you. By refusing to retaliate emotionally, you maintain full control of the situation. You're sending a powerful signal: I won't be manipulated. And the beauty of this approach is that the game loses its power. She'll either stop playing or realize you're someone who can't be easily controlled. Either way, you come out on top. Now let's talk about communication. It's the foundation of any strong relationship, yet many people struggle with it. They either dodge difficult conversations entirely or approach them with so much emotion that it leads to fights, misunderstandings, and unnecessary chaos. But a Stoic man knows how to express himself clearly and assertively without allowing his emotions to cloud his message. The key is to communicate your boundaries and expectations calmly. When you're dealing with a woman who's playing games or acting inconsistently, you don't need to raise your voice or create drama. You simply express your thoughts with poise and clarity. For example, if she's been distant or unpredictable, most guys either explode or try to suppress their feelings until they eventually blow up. But you approach the situation differently. You say something like, "Hey, I've noticed you've been acting a bit differently lately. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'd like to know if there's something we should talk about." See how there's no accusation, no emotional charge, and no neediness? You're just being observant and opening the door for honest dialogue. This approach catches her off guard because you're not acting out of desperation or emotion. You're coming from a place of steady confidence. And that kind of energy is incredibly appealing. When you speak with clarity and firmness, you create the tone and standard for how the relationship will operate. You show her that you're not the kind of man who avoids confrontation or lets problems simmer beneath the surface. You're direct, mature, and unafraid to bring things into the open. By doing this, you're establishing a relationship dynamic rooted in honesty and mutual respect, not one built on manipulation or power plays. You're letting her know that mind games have no place here, and that communication is something you take seriously. That kind of presence not only calms the storm, but prevents future drama from ever starting. At the core of it all, you have to put your own well-being first. This isn't just a motivational catchphrase, it's a fundamental truth. The most important relationship you'll ever have isn't with her or anyone else. It's the one you have with yourself. And yet, so many men forget this when they get tangled up in emotional mind games or manipulative behavior. If you're constantly feeling stressed, uneasy, or like you're tiptoeing around someone else's moods, then something's wrong. It's a clear sign that you're allowing things into your life that don't belong there. No relationship, no matter how attractive, exciting, or passionate, is worth giving up your peace of mind, your sense of self, or your mental health. The moment you sacrifice your own needs and emotional stability to keep someone else happy, you've already handed over your power. This isn't about being selfish or dismissing the feelings of others. It's about finding the balance where your well-being isn't constantly being undermined. Ironically, when you prioritize your own health, growth, and emotional grounding, you become far more appealing to women. They gravitate toward men who know their worth, who don't waver when things get unstable, and who maintain a strong internal compass. This doesn't just apply to romantic connections, it spills into every corner of your life. Whether it's your career, your friendships, or your family, the standard remains: protect your peace. Picture this. You're dating a woman who keeps sending you mixed signals. One moment she's affectionate, and the next she's cold and distant. Naturally, you start to question everything, wondering what you might have done wrong, possibly even adjusting your own behavior to match her ever-changing mood. That's the trap. Before long, you're no longer living in your own lane. You're walking on emotional eggshells. And that's when you need to stop and ask yourself, what is this doing to my mental state? If the answer is anything short of positive, it's time to step back. Pull your energy away. Recenter yourself. Do things that lift you up. Hit the gym. Focus on that project you've been passionate about. Spend time with people who genuinely support you. You owe yourself that much. Protecting your mental space isn't optional. It's essential. And here's the twist. The moment you remove her from the center of your universe and refocus on yourself, everything changes. One of two things will happen. She'll either realize you're not someone she can push around and start respecting you more, or she'll disappear entirely because she no longer has control over you. In both scenarios, you come out on top. Either you've distanced yourself from someone who wasn't bringing value to your life, or you've taken back the reins and re-established the power dynamic on your terms. Men today are constantly bombarded with the idea that they have to put a woman's emotional needs ahead of their own, like being a good man means being a doormat. That's false. Looking after your emotional, mental, and physical health isn't selfish. It's survival, and not just survival, it's magnetic. When you demonstrate that your inner peace is sacred and untouchable, you immediately earn more respect and desire. So the next time you feel like someone's behavior is threatening your peace, ask yourself this: is this truly worth the cost to my well-being? If the answer is no, then it's time to recalibrate, reclaim your energy, and pour it into what really counts: yourself. Let me tell you something most men don't want to hear. Patience is your ultimate weapon when dealing with women who play emotional games. I know you want clarity now. You want answers. You want certainty immediately. But the reality is, women will often test your patience. They want to know if you can handle the gray areas, the unpredictability. And in a world where everyone is addicted to instant replies and constant communication, the man who can remain patient stands out like a lighthouse in a storm. He's rare, he's valuable, he's unshakable. If she doesn't reply to your message within a few minutes, you don't lose it. If she cancels plans last minute, you don't explode with frustration. Instead, you maintain your composure, you let things unfold, and you stay grounded. Because here's the deal, women will test your patience, sometimes intentionally, sometimes without realizing it. They'll delay their responses, go quiet for days, just to see how you'll react. Will you panic? Will you chase? Will you crumble under the pressure? Sadly, most guys do. They start firing off double texts, asking if everything's okay, trying to fix what they assume is broken. But not you. You're different. You've mastered patience. So the next time she plays one of those games, don't react. Do nothing. Give her the space. Let her come to you. And trust me, she will. She'll notice that you didn't flinch. She'll wonder why you didn't chase. And that's the moment the dynamic shifts. Why? Because now you've demonstrated something powerful. You don't need her validation to feel secure. You're not emotionally fragile. You've got a life, a full one, and you're not putting it on pause just because she's pulling back. This makes you a challenge, and let's be real, women love a challenge. But this kind of patience isn't just about dating. It's a mindset. It's about resisting the urge to react to every little emotional spike. It's about delaying gratification, about recognizing that the best things in life, whether it's in love, success, or self-mastery, don't come instantly. They take time. When you adopt this level of patience, you rise above the drama. You stop chasing things that don't benefit you in the long term. You stop reacting impulsively to every small emotional shift. You break free from the constant emotional turbulence that traps so many men. A Stoic man understands that the best things in life require time. He's not rushing. He's not acting out of desperation. He's committed to the long-term vision. And in the end, the long game always wins. While other men are out there scrambling for attention and craving instant approval, you remain composed, allowing life to unfold while staying sharply focused on your personal goals. But understand this, patience doesn't mean waiting around endlessly without action. It means having the discipline to wait for the right opportunity before making your move. Whether it's in love, career, or personal development, patience equips you to act strategically and with intention, moves that create lasting success, not just momentary satisfaction. Now let's talk about one of the most powerful choices you can make, knowing when to walk away. This is where the real strength lies. There's a saying, the most powerful position you can have is the ability to walk away and truly mean it. If you take away just one thing from this entire message, let it be this. Mastering the ability to walk away is your greatest power move. It's the final card, the ultimate show of strength, and most men are too scared to use it. But the moment you do, everything changes. Here's the reality. Not every woman deserves your time, your energy, or your emotional investment. If she's constantly playing games, keeping you on the hook, disrespecting your time, or treating you like a second option, you need to be ready to walk away. Not out of spite, not with loud arguments or emotional outbursts, but with steady, quiet confidence. When you choose to walk away, you're sending a clear message. I don't need your approval to validate my worth. You're showing that you have choices, that your self-respect matters more than someone else's inconsistent affection. And here's the unexpected truth. Many times, the moment you walk away, she'll start chasing you. Why? Because walking away is the strongest form of self-respect, and women are naturally drawn to men who value themselves. But let's not get it twisted. Walking away should never be used as a manipulative trick to get her attention. It's not a game, it's a declaration. It's saying, I'm done with the back and forth. If you're serious about being a part of my life, that's great. But if not, I'm completely fine moving on without you. If she's constantly cancelling plans, texting other guys, or treating you with disregard, you respond calmly and directly. You let her know, I'm not interested in being part of this cycle. If you're serious, let me know. If not, I'm out. No yelling, no bitterness, no drama, just cool, unwavering self-respect. And then you walk. You don't check up on her social media. You don't send follow-up texts. You shift your focus back to yourself, to your goals, and to your peace of mind. And here's the cold truth. You might walk away and never hear from her again. She might not come back, but that's okay. Because by walking away, you've already won. You've preserved your dignity. You've protected your mental peace. You've kept your self-worth intact. And believe me, those things are infinitely more valuable than holding on to a relationship that chips away at your soul. Why is walking away so powerful? Because most men can't do it. They fear losing her. They fear being alone. But when you walk away, you're announcing to the world, I'm not afraid. I know who I am. I know what I bring to the table, and I refuse to accept anything less than what I deserve. That kind of quiet certainty is rare, and it's magnetic. The best part? When you walk away, you take your power back. You reclaim control over your emotions, your happiness, and your life. You stop letting someone else dictate your mood, your confidence, or your direction. That, my friend, is the essence of true strength. So, there it is. 10 powerful, practical, and transformative principles to navigate relationships when you're dealing with emotional manipulation and mind games. But these aren't just relationship tactics, they are life strategies. When you cultivate emotional detachment, set firm boundaries, maintain your composure, protect your well-being, exercise patience, and master the ability to walk away, you become a man who is grounded, unshakable, and deeply respected. Keep in mind, this isn't about deceiving women or playing head games. It's about self-mastery. It's about becoming the man who leads his life, not the one who is led by circumstances or emotions. When you step into that version of yourself, you naturally attract women who respect your presence, value your consistency, and refuse to play games because they know you won't tolerate it. But this is just the start. These principles are your foundation, your launchpad toward becoming your highest self. The real journey begins now. Keep evolving. Keep sharpening your mindset. Keep living with purpose and power. Apply these truths not just in your relationships, but in your work, your habits, and your goals, everywhere. If you've gained insight and value from this message, consider supporting the channel by joining our memberships or subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue sharing wisdom that empowers men and makes this knowledge accessible to all. Let's build a brotherhood of men who refuse to be played, who reclaim their strength, and who take full ownership of their lives. How many times have you been in situations where you held your tongue, forced a smile, and accepted what you knew deep down you shouldn't have? How many times have you heard someone say, "It's just a joke," while inside you were burning with frustration? There comes a moment when it's no longer about being polite. It's about being real. You don't have to tolerate certain behaviors. You heard that right. The disrespect, the emotional manipulation, those venom-laced jokes disguised as concern, they've gone on long enough. From nobody. The Stoics taught that while we can't control other people's actions, we can absolutely control how we respond. And yet, you keep enduring it. But believe me, every small slight, every passive-aggressive remark you silently accept chips away at your dignity. And that, my friend, is not something up for negotiation. So, are we really going to keep swallowing poison, or are we going to start establishing boundaries? The answer is clear. That's why in today's video, I'm sharing 10 situations that you should never tolerate, from anyone and under any circumstance. Don't skip the last one. It will leave you speechless. But first, let me tell you a story that will help you fully grasp the wisdom behind this message. In a small town by the river lived a young woman named Clara. She was kind-hearted and always ready to lend a hand, which made her beloved in her community. But as time passed, Clara began to notice something troubling. Some people were taking advantage of her good nature. A neighbor regularly asked for favors without ever showing gratitude or returning the gesture. A close friend would criticize her every decision, slowly eroding Clara's confidence. And at work, her boss would dismiss her accomplishments, making her feel invisible. One evening, after enduring yet another day filled with demands and criticism, Clara decided to take a walk in the nearby forest. During her walk, she stumbled upon a wise old woman who lived in a modest cabin. Exhausted and emotionally drained, Clara poured her heart out to the woman. The wise woman listened carefully and then said something that would change Clara's life. There are behaviors you must never tolerate. No matter how kind you are, you should never let people treat you like a tool for their convenience. Respect is not something you beg for, it's something you demand. Clara looked at her, intrigued, and the woman continued, "Just like a tree needs space to grow, you need to set your own boundaries. If you allow others to cut your branches and strip your leaves, you'll eventually have nothing left. You hold the power to decide what you will accept and what you will reject." Those words echoed in Clara's mind as she returned to her village. The very next day, when her neighbor tried once again to use her, Clara kindly but firmly said she could no longer continue helping without mutual respect. When her friend tried to criticize her, she reminded them that their judgments didn't define her worth. At work, she began to speak up for herself and acknowledge her own value. Slowly but surely, Clara became stronger and more confident, and she noticed that the people around her began to treat her differently, with more respect. The lesson here is that kindness is a virtue, yes, but so is self-affirmation. We must not accept behaviors that shrink us or make us feel less than we are. Demanding respect and setting boundaries is not selfish. It's an act of self-love and dignity. Before we dive into the first situation, if you find these videos helpful, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. Let's begin. There is one thing in life that should never be up for compromise: respect. Your dignity is non-negotiable. Although respect is something we all expect as a given, it's not always freely offered. And that's where the issue begins. How many times have you had to keep quiet, take a deep breath, and dismiss a comment that stung like a mosquito bite in the summer? That offhanded remark, sometimes disguised as a joke or constructive criticism, often slowly tears away at your sense of worth. Let's get serious about disrespect. We've all encountered it, at work, in our personal relationships, even within our families. No one is immune from the sting of belittling or demeaning behavior. And the most tragic, or perhaps ironic part, is how often we accept it, allowing it to pass as if it were somehow normal. But let's be clear, it shouldn't be normal, not even once. Sometimes disrespect is served with a smile, those seemingly harmless passive-aggressive comments that pierce like tiny daggers, the kind that sound like, "Of course you can handle it," or "Why do you even bother trying so hard?" Words like these might seem trivial, but they cut deeply. Here's where Stoic philosophy becomes your shield. The Stoics were clear. You can't control what others say or do, but you can control how you respond. So the real question is, are you going to stay silent and let others dictate your worth? Let's also talk about those insults masquerading as humor. How many cutting remarks have been excused with, "It was just a joke," as if that phrase grants immunity from the consequences of causing pain. And if you take offense, suddenly you become the problem. Too sensitive, no sense of humor. But the truth is, the problem isn't you. It's the culture that uses "just a joke" to justify cruelty. You should feel empowered to draw the line without guilt. If it was a joke, but not a funny one, then it's okay to change the subject. Or walk away. That's not being cold, that's self-respect. Then there's the type of criticism that hides behind the mask of concern. People who pretend to care while subtly undermining your confidence. They claim to question your choices for your own good, but end up making you feel small and unsure. This is when you need to remember, your self-worth is not a public debate. You don't need validation to know your value or defend your decisions. Recognizing these behaviors isn't always easy. Insults and contempt don't always come wrapped in obvious packaging. Sometimes they sneak in quietly, almost invisibly. But once you learn to spot them, the next step is refusing to accept them. You don't have to be aggressive, but you do need to be clear. As the Stoics said, you can't control what others think or say, but you can choose how you let it affect you. Standing firm in your boundaries is a profound act of self-respect. When you respect yourself, you stop waiting for others to do it for you. Don't let anyone else define your worth, especially not through cruel jokes, backhanded compliments, or harsh criticism. Stay composed, but stand your ground. Respect is the foundation of every healthy relationship, and if someone refuses to honor your limits, they don't belong in your life. At the end of the day, what matters most is how you see yourself, and that, dear friend, is not open to debate. As Carl Jung once said, self-respect is the foundation of all respect. Let's now talk about emotional manipulation. Sometimes it feels like certain people come with invisible strings attached, thinking they can control your emotions like a puppet master. And there you are, dancing to their tune, letting them decide when you're allowed to be happy, sad, angry, or exhausted. Some people seem to see themselves as actors in a grand emotional performance, and they've cast you in a supporting role, whether you agreed to it or not. These are the manipulators, people who know how to turn on the tears during a disagreement, making you forget your valid arguments as you drown in their sorrow, or the ones who constantly accuse you of not doing enough, even when you've already given your all. And perhaps the worst, those who blame you for failing to manage problems that were never yours to begin with, treating you like the captain of a ship that was already sinking. This is exactly the type of behavior the Stoics warned us about. They understood the complexities of human nature and urged us to focus on what we can control, ourselves. That means learning not to be swept away by the storm of someone else's emotions. So how do we do that? How do we stop letting others dictate how we feel? That's where we'll go next. First, you have to recognize the behaviors that you should never allow. For instance, if someone tries to make you feel guilty for having boundaries or expressing your needs, that's a red flag. You need to put a stop to that. Your limits are meant to protect you, not to please others. If someone downplays your accomplishments or makes you feel like your happiness depends on their approval, it's time to reevaluate that connection. And if someone tries to convince you that love means sacrificing your inner peace for their emotional stability, don't walk. Run in the opposite direction. You weren't born to be the superhero in someone else's life, especially when that story never includes a thank you. The Stoics emphasized the importance of recognizing the line between what is within your control and what isn't. Emotional manipulation thrives in the shadows, making you feel responsible for things that clearly aren't yours to carry. But once you start recognizing these behaviors and distinguishing them for what they are, you gain the power to choose consciously. And that, my friend, is the very first step toward freeing yourself from those invisible chains and avoiding these toxic emotional traps. Here's something to keep in mind when you're tempted to give in, just to avoid someone else's reaction. Take a deep breath and step back. Ask yourself, is this emotion truly mine, or has it been planted there? Don't hesitate to set boundaries, even if it creates some discomfort in the moment. That momentary unease is far better than the exhausting reality of living under constant emotional manipulation. At the end of the day, you're not an amusement park designed for others to ride your emotions. Manipulation is like a second-rate magician distracting you with poor tricks while secretly hiding the real card. You weren't put here to be someone else's audience or to live out a script written by a manipulator. The Stoics understood this deeply. The only thing truly within your control is your own reaction. That understanding is what sets you free. So cut the strings. Not because you're cold or selfish, but because you understand your value. No one should have the leading role in your life but you. Make no mistake about that. One thing's for sure. The day you stop being someone else's hero is the day you begin to be the true star of your own story. Now, let's get one thing clear. Physical or verbal abuse is never acceptable. It might sound obvious, but for many of us, it's not. We've been conditioned to tolerate the intolerable under the name of love, friendship, or even worse, education. But it's time to draw a hard line. Abuse, whether physical or verbal, has no place in your life. If someone tries to tell you otherwise, it might be time to get new friends or make a serious change. Let's dive into this with no filters and a bit of irony to help swallow the bitter truth. Let's talk about physical violence first. If someone hits you, pushes you, or grips you more forcefully than necessary, that is aggression. Period. No excuses like, "It was just a moment of rage," or "I love you so much I lost control." That kind of logic might work for an overexcited dog jumping on you when you get home, but not for a human being claiming to love you. If love leads to bruises, you need a good lawyer, not a romantic conversation. Then there's verbal abuse, often disguised as brutal honesty, or they'll say, "That's just how I am." Isn't it funny how those same people can be perfectly pleasant with co-workers or strangers? The truth is, nobody has the right to insult you, put you down, or make you feel small, especially not the people who claim to love you. Respect should be like air. essential, invisible, but always present. And unlike air, the lack of respect is glaringly obvious because it suffocates you. Now let's talk about the most insidious form, psychological abuse. This one is silent but lethal. We're talking emotional blackmail, manipulation, and subtle tactics that don't leave visible marks but tear you apart from the inside. Ever argued with someone and ended up feeling like the bad guy without even knowing how it happened? Welcome to the twisted world of master manipulators. Even the most grounded Stoic would struggle to keep their cool under such mental gymnastics. So how do you protect yourself from this? It begins with self-awareness. If you genuinely understand your worth, not just repeating it, but deeply believing it, it becomes easier to see when someone's stepping out of bounds. The trouble is, many of us have spent so long tolerating certain behaviors that we've forgotten what normal even looks like. That's why you need to stop, reflect, and ask yourself, is this really something I want to keep enduring? Another powerful tool is direct communication. No sugarcoating, no apologies. Say what bothers you. Say what you won't accept. This doesn't make you the villain. It makes you someone with dignity. Think about it. If someone offers you a drink you hate, you don't force it down out of obligation, right? Toxic behavior is the same. You have every right to say no. You shouldn't have to tolerate anything that diminishes you, whether it's physical, verbal, or emotional. Life's too short to keep piecing your self-esteem back together after every interaction. You deserve relationships where respect isn't a rare bonus, it's the baseline. Setting boundaries doesn't make you selfish. It means you value your well-being. And as a wise Stoic proverb says, anyone who hurts you in the name of love doesn't understand what love really is. Now let's talk about lies. Ever found yourself stuck in a conversation where it felt like someone was selling you a fairy tale, except there's no happy ending? That moment when everything sounds sweet, but your gut is screaming that something's off. Welcome to the world of habitual dishonesty. Lies, deceit, and hidden truths. This toxic mix can destroy trust faster than you can say Stoic philosophy. As much as we'd love to believe everyone acts with pure intentions, that's not always the case. Some people have made deception their default setting. Whether out of fear, convenience, or sheer manipulation, they tell you what you want to hear. They twist the truth to suit their needs. And before you know it, you're standing in a storm of confusion, trying to make sense of a shattered reality. Think of trust like a glass. Every lie, every cover-up adds a crack. At first they seem harmless, but over time those cracks grow, spread, and eventually the glass shatters. And here's the painful part. Once it's broken, no matter how much you try to repair it, it will never be the same. So what can you do? The simple advice would be to cut dishonest people out of your life. Set firm boundaries. Don't allow that kind of treatment. And while that sounds great, it's not always that easy. Sometimes the person lying to you is a longtime friend, a close family member, or a coworker you have to see every day. Relationships aren't light switches you can flip off when you feel like it. This is where Stoic wisdom offers guidance. You can't control what others do, but you can control how you respond. That doesn't mean tolerating toxic behavior and pretending it doesn't affect you. It means facing reality for what it is and acting accordingly. If someone keeps lying or hiding the truth, first you have to see it clearly. Don't lie to yourself, hoping they'll magically change. Chronic dishonesty doesn't go away just because you wish it would. Once you acknowledge it, your next move is setting boundaries. Picture your life like a house, and those boundaries are the doors. You get to decide who comes in. If someone's willing to violate your trust, don't leave the door wide open. Close it. Take the space you need to protect your peace. This isn't about being heartless or vengeful. It's about placing your well-being above the deceit and disruption of others. There are times when, despite your best efforts to set boundaries, dishonest people continue to overstep. And when that happens, more serious decisions must be made. At the end of the day, relationships should be rooted in mutual trust. If someone repeatedly shatters that trust, it's time to ask yourself a difficult question. Do you really need that person in your life? Because here's the truth. Life is far too short to surround yourself with people who aren't genuine. Sometimes the most healing thing you can do is let go, just as Seneca advised. Truth is like a mirror. Once it's shattered, it no longer reflects the same image. Stop trying to repair what can never be the same again. Ultimately, living with honesty, both with yourself and with others, is what truly grants you peace. Then there's excessive control. Maybe you've noticed it too. Certain people around you seem strangely determined to take charge of your life, like they've grabbed the remote control to your choices, your relationships, even your freedom. In these moments, it's easy to fall into the trap of letting others direct the script of your life. But be real with yourself. You didn't come this far to play a minor role in your own story, did you? Some people have a remarkable talent for slipping into your life and acting like they know how to run it better than you. Maybe they try to tell you who you should love, how you should behave, or what decisions you should make. Their advice isn't always just advice. It's a subtle or not so subtle attempt to control your path. And they'll say it's for your own good, as they redraw the map of your life to suit their agenda. So, what part are you playing? Are you unknowingly handing over your independence? This kind of control can come from a so-called caring friend, a family member who always thinks they know better, or even a partner who wants to reshape you to fit their image. If it sounds ridiculous, that's because it is. You weren't born to be a puppet dangling from the strings of someone else's insecurities or ambitions. Here's where Stoic philosophy shines. The Stoics reminded us that the only true domain we command is our own mind, our thoughts and our actions. Everything else lies beyond our control. So why let someone else trespass on the only thing that truly belongs to you? Imagine your life as a garden. You're free to nurture your flowers, trim the weeds, plant new growth. But if you allow others to dictate what to plant, where to dig, and what to discard, then it's no longer your garden. It's just a patchwork of other people's choices. What should you do when someone tries to steer your life? The answer might seem simple, but it's often hard to carry out. Say no, not with rage or resentment, but with calm conviction. No can be a powerful boundary that protects your independence. You don't owe an explanation for every decision you make. Sometimes you just need to honor your own limits. One helpful Stoic strategy is to practice indifference, what they called ataraxia, or inner stillness. Don't let the noise of external pressure become internal chaos. When someone insists on guiding your steps, take a deep breath and remind yourself, only you decide the value of their opinions. At the end of the day, everyone must tend to their own garden, and no one, not even those closest to you, should hold more power over your life than you allow. So when someone tries to shape your choices, think about your garden. Think about what you want to grow and how you wish to care for it. Life's too short to live by the blueprint of someone else's expectations. The only path that matters is the one you choose, because in the end, you alone must live with the consequences of your choices. So why not choose what truly resonates with your soul instead of living to please others? Let this settle into your mind. Those who try hardest to control others are often the ones with the least control over themselves. Then there's the sting of humiliation. Maybe it's happened to you, being ridiculed in front of others, that awful rush of shame flooding your body while someone chips away at your dignity. Whether it happens publicly, where people watch and smirk, or in private, where the words cut even deeper because no one else hears them, the result is the same. You're made to feel small. And sometimes you even find yourself trying to justify it. But let's be clear, humiliation in any form is just a cheap shot. It's a sad attempt by someone to gain power by pushing you down. Those who enjoy pointing out your flaws or mocking your mistakes are often carrying brokenness inside themselves. That doesn't make it hurt any less, especially when you're the target of their insecurity. Here's the crucial question. Should you accept this kind of treatment? Picture your dignity like a shield. It may not be made of steel or gold, but it's strong enough to deflect the venom of toxic words. Every time someone tries to humiliate you, they're firing a poisoned arrow, hoping to hit that shield. The problem is, sometimes we lower that shield, out of fear, out of habit, or because we think it's normal to take that kind of abuse, especially from someone close. But here's the truth. It's not normal. And you don't have to tolerate it. Not from a loved one, not from a boss, not from a friend, and certainly not from anyone who claims to care about you. The Stoics had clarity on this. You can't control what others say or do, but you can control how you respond. You can't always prevent the attack, but you can decide whether it pierces your peace. Sometimes the best response is to do nothing, to rob the insult of the power it seeks. Think of it this way. If a stranger hurls an insult at you on the street, you'd probably shrug and move on. Why not apply that same indifference to those who try to tear you down, even if they're close to you? This isn't about becoming emotionless. It's about remembering that humiliation only has the power you choose to give it. And if that humiliation comes from someone you care about, things get trickier. Of course, you don't want conflict or tension, but this is where self-respect kicks in. You have the right and the responsibility to set boundaries. Sometimes all it takes is a simple but firm statement. I don't appreciate being spoken to like that. If that doesn't stop them, then you need to ask yourself, do I really want someone like this in my life? The answer may be hard to accept, but silence and passivity are never the solution. You should never be swallowing your pain like a bitter pill and pretending it's normal. Speaking up, acting, and standing firm are all ways of holding up that shield. No one is worth surrendering your dignity for, not out of fear, not out of habit. Life is far too precious to share it with people who want to see you stumble. Dignity is non-negotiable. As Epictetus taught, don't let the opinions or words of others define your self-worth. And then there's the wound of facing a lack of empathy. Ever found yourself wondering why you put up with things that feel unbearable? It's like we've built up a strange tolerance to mistreatment, allowing it to blend into the background of our daily lives. Maybe it's out of habit. Maybe it's because we're afraid to rock the boat, or maybe we just think there's no other way. But you need to understand something. You don't have to constantly be the Stoic who swallows pain like it's your daily bread. Especially not when the behavior you're enduring is rooted in apathy. A lack of empathy is one of those subtle yet piercing behaviors that no one should accept. You've probably experienced it before. You're going through something hard, you open up to someone, and they look at you like you're reciting a grocery list. The worst part isn't that they don't listen, it's that they simply don't care. And yes, that hurts. It's a cold realization. They just don't understand what you're feeling, and maybe they never will. The absence of empathy feels like that unwelcome guest who shows up at a party uninvited, skips the greetings, and helps themselves to the cake without asking. They're not interested in your feelings, your thoughts, or your well-being. They simply sit there, motionless, offering nothing in return. And what's even more painful is how they leave you feeling utterly alone, even when you're surrounded by people. These individuals possess a curious ability. They reduce your struggles to passing stories or, worse, treat them as a burden. If you've ever found yourself explaining your emotions only to hear something like, "We all have problems," or a flat, uninterested, "It'll pass," then you've already met the face of emotional indifference. Why do we endure it? Maybe you've convinced yourself you shouldn't expect more. Maybe you've been taught that asking for emotional support is some sort of luxury, something reserved for others, not you. But I'm here to tell you, it's not a luxury, it's a basic human need. When we keep excusing the lack of empathy, saying things like, "He just doesn't know how to express himself," or "She must have a lot on her mind," we start to downplay our own emotional needs. It's like owning a plant and never watering it because, well, the sun should be enough. Sooner or later, that plant will wither. You can't survive on other people's emotional leftovers. So what do you do when faced with someone who lacks empathy? There's no magic solution, but there are strategies that help. First, you learn to set boundaries. That doesn't mean slipping into dramatic confrontations. It means being firm and clear about what you need and what you won't tolerate. If someone never shows a genuine interest in how you feel, maybe they don't deserve such a prominent place in your life. Another powerful choice is to seek your own support system. Surround yourself with those who truly know how to listen. People who don't need elaborate speeches to show they care. Find places and relationships where your presence is cherished, not out of obligation, but because they want to be there for you. Most importantly, work on your emotional well-being. This isn't about becoming indifferent or shutting down. It's about recognizing when your needs aren't being met and choosing to take action. Life isn't about merely surviving. It's about living fully. Being fulfilled isn't about tolerating the intolerable. Some people simply don't deserve the space they occupy in your world. If someone constantly dismisses your emotions, only shows up when it suits them, and makes no room for your inner life, it's time to reevaluate that connection. Because what truly matters isn't how many people are around you, it's how many of them are truly with you. As Gandhi said, the one who values you will listen to you, and the one who listens will care for you. Now let's talk about constructive criticism. We've all experienced it. You're immersed in a project, whether it's your job, a personal passion, or just enjoying life, and someone swoops in with a comment that feels more like a slap than support. Destructive criticism leaves you wondering, was that really necessary? Some people seem to have made it their mission to make you feel like everything you do is wrong, offering no real guidance, just judgment. We've all heard things that didn't help, but instead pulled us down. So why should we tolerate these kinds of behaviors? Why should they have a place in our lives? Destructive criticism is often just a masked way for others to unload their frustrations onto you. Imagine someone trips down the stairs and, out of spite, throws a rock at you. That's the essence of these remarks. Because let's be honest, if a critique doesn't offer a path forward, a lesson, or any constructive help, it serves no purpose other than to hurt. This is where setting boundaries becomes essential, just as the Stoics once taught. They focused only on what added value to their lives and ignored the rest. One of our biggest mistakes is giving more importance to what others say than to our own voice. We forget the worth of our efforts, of our journey. It's as if we're trying to live up to everyone's expectations but our own. We hand over the authority to critique our lives to anyone, even if their feedback is as useful as a broken pair of shoes. Let's be clear, constructive criticism, though it might sting, has a purpose. It's like a clean mirror that helps you see your flaws so you can grow. But destructive criticism is like a shattered mirror, reflecting a distorted version of yourself. If you're not careful, you might get cut. No one deserves to be on the receiving end of comments meant only to pull them down. Here's where Stoic wisdom becomes incredibly powerful. It teaches us not to waste time on what we cannot control. And while you may not be able to stop someone from spitting their venom in your direction, you can choose how you respond. Ask yourself, is this person really worth your attention? Should someone who offers nothing but judgment and misunderstanding dictate how you feel about yourself? It's a perfect moment to adopt a simple strategy. Listen only to those who are truly willing to help you rise, not to those who want to see you fall. Think of destructive criticism as the background chatter in a noisy cafe. You hear it, but you don't pay attention, because it's irrelevant to what truly matters. What matters is how you feel about your work, your journey, and how you're improving, regardless of what uninformed voices might say. So the next time someone offers a biting remark, ask yourself, does this opinion help me grow? If the answer is no, then it doesn't even deserve a second of your attention. Your time is too precious to waste on people who don't genuinely care if you succeed. As my father used to say, may he rest in peace, it's not your job to carry the weight of other people's bitterness. Your job is to build your life in spite of it. Remember, being stoic doesn't mean ignoring all criticism. It means learning to discern between the voices that help you rise and those that try to drag you down. Now let's reflect on indifference. Sometimes you let it slide, that slight discomfort, the odd comment that leaves a weird feeling behind, that emptiness that creeps in when someone close to you ignores you without reason. At first, you brush it off, but over time, you start to wonder, should it really be like this? Is it normal to feel unseen, unheard, unnoticed? In a world where being strong often means putting up with everything, it's easy to fall into the trap of thinking indifference is just part of life. But what if I told you it's not? Indifference and emotional neglect are subtle, yet deeply damaging. We're not talking about dramatic betrayals or huge offenses. We're talking about the everyday stuff, the little things that go unnoticed but slowly eat away at you. Like when you share your feelings and receive silence in return, or when you ask for time, support, or understanding and get a vague promise that never materializes. It's when your emotional or physical needs are consistently dismissed, ignored, or postponed. This kind of behavior is a form of abuse. Yes, the word sounds harsh, but allowing someone to make you feel invisible over and over again is a form of disrespect. Stoicism teaches us to find peace within ourselves, not from the actions of others. But that doesn't mean we should endure anything and everything. Being stoic doesn't mean being a doormat. It means learning to protect your energy and give it only to those who deserve it. So what can you do? No, I'm not saying you should confront everyone with a fiery speech or play the emotional superhero. But it is important to recognize when something isn't right and to set boundaries. Boundaries aren't walls. They're more like road signs that say, "This is as far as I go." If someone ignores you, dismisses you, or refuses to acknowledge your value, ask yourself, do I really want this energy in my life? Because avoiding conflict often leads to deeper wounds, like accepting an empty glass when you're parched. It might look fine on the outside, but the thirst doesn't go away. Ignoring your needs isn't strength, it's a warning sign that something must change. This doesn't mean you should burn bridges or become the drama magnet. It simply means learning to express what you need and making it clear that your well-being, emotional, physical, and relational, is not up for negotiation. It won't always be easy. People don't change just because we want them to, but each time you speak up for yourself, you reclaim a part of your self-worth. Every time you stand up for your space, you grow stronger, not to become a hardened or tougher version of yourself, but a more self-aware and intentional one. In the end, it's not about building walls, it's about building consciousness. Indifference and neglect are not things anyone should learn to tolerate. The true key lies in recognizing these behaviors for what they are and responding in a way that reflects your worth. Often, the most powerful response isn't raising your voice, but rather choosing silence, choosing not to listen to those who fail to value you. Remember, your needs matter just as much as anyone else's. This isn't about being selfish, it's about honoring your well-being. As Brian Tracy wisely puts it, what you tolerate today becomes what consumes you tomorrow. Never allow indifference to steal the place you rightfully deserve. Now let's talk about jealousy. Have you ever felt guilty for doing something you enjoy, like spending time with friends or pursuing hobbies that don't involve a certain person? If that resonates with you, then there's an issue that deserves your attention. We're talking about jealousy, or more specifically, that overwhelming possessiveness that some people disguise as love. But in truth, it's more poisonous than any toxic plant. Let's be crystal clear. No one has the right to restrict your freedom or make you feel guilty for nurturing other relationships or personal passions. Let's reflect on freedom. What a beautiful word, isn't it? Everyone claims to want it, but not everyone is willing to give it. There are people who, in relationships, try to chain you with phrases like, "If you really loved me, you wouldn't need anyone else," or "Why does spending time with others make you so happy if you already have me?" And suddenly, you start to second-guess yourself. You begin to wonder whether you should really feel that excited about coffee with friends or a peaceful afternoon with a good book. Here's a spoiler. Yes, you absolutely should. The truth is, we've been fed a distorted idea of what love is supposed to look like. We've been told that loving someone means giving them every last part of yourself. While that sounds poetic, the reality is far less glamorous. What love should really offer is respect, encouragement, and trust, not suffocation. Love should give you space to bloom, not lock you inside a box of someone else's expectations. When someone tries to define the limits of your life based on their version of love, what they're really doing is placing conditions, not offering care. The Stoics, those wise philosophers of old, understood this well. They believed that the only things we truly control are our own attitudes and actions. We can't dictate how others think or behave, so why let someone else decide how we should feel, who we should see, or what should spark our interest? Trying to control yourself for someone else's comfort is futile. It's like tending a beautiful garden, your life, and allowing others to act as if they are the only gardeners. A thoughtful gardener knows when to water, when to trim, but also when to simply let the flowers grow freely. Never allow someone to come in with a giant pair of scissors, trimming away your joy, or attempting to cram your flourishing roots into a pot too small for your growth. Your life is your garden, and if someone wants to be a part of it, that's fine, as long as they don't try to redesign it to suit their own whims. So, what do you do when you realize someone in your life, whether it's a partner, a friend, or a family member, is trying to limit you? The first step is to talk. Sometimes people don't even realize they're being possessive or jealous. But beware, if you have that conversation and they continue to guilt-trip you for simply living your life, then it's time to make a decision. Because no relationship, romantic, platonic or otherwise, should take away your essence. If it does, something is off. And this is not about turning into someone who disregards others. It's about fully understanding that your freedom is yours alone, and anyone who truly loves you will never try to take it from you. They'll celebrate it. At the heart of real love is the ability to allow another to be fully themselves, to grow, to evolve, and to flourish in their own time and space. Don't hold on to people or behaviors that stifle your growth, that steal your light, or that make you feel guilty for simply being you. True love, like true freedom, is a space where we are safe to expand, not a cage that clips our wings. So the next time someone tries to restrict your joy or limit your light, remember this: real connection is rooted in respect, not control. And I want you to absorb this deeply, because it will change your life. Real love doesn't rely on chains to feel secure. Wings that are truly free always return, not out of obligation, but out of will. If you've made it this far, write in the comments, "I do not intend to hold on to anyone's nonsense." I'd love to hear your stories of growth and freedom. Don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell, and share your thoughts so that YouTube knows this kind of content is valuable to people like you. Your engagement keeps us motivated to continue creating meaningful videos. I also encourage you to revisit the last 2 recommended voices. They'll speak to your soul. Thank you sincerely for your time, and I can't wait to see you on our next adventure. Have you ever imagined a world where everything you hope for becomes reality? A place where your goals, your dreams, and your deepest aspirations don't just live in the realm of possibility, but become tangible, real experiences? If so, you're exactly where you need to be. Today, we're diving into a powerful secret that can help you make this vision your truth. It's not magic, and it's not a gimmick. It's a philosophy of life. That philosophy is Stoicism. Stoicism teaches us the profound value of directing our attention inward, toward our own actions, reactions, and mindset. It shows us that by mastering what happens within us, we can reshape our external world and bring about extraordinary change. In this video, we're going to take a closer look at 15 Stoic principles that can help you do just that. Each principle will be broken down thoroughly, accompanied by a meaningful quote from a Stoic philosopher that brings its deeper significance to life. So sit back, take a breath, and get ready to embark on a journey to the very core of Stoicism. Before we go any further, I would truly appreciate it if you could give this video a like. It helps the message reach more people who might benefit from it. And if you don't want to miss any of my future content, be sure to subscribe and activate the notification bell. Let's begin with the first key, ataraxia. Ataraxia represents inner peace, a state of serene calmness. The Stoics regarded it as one of the highest forms of happiness. The term, originally Greek, is often translated as tranquility or imperturbability. To the Stoics, true happiness could never be found in fleeting pleasures or in the approval of others. Instead, it lives in the quiet peace of a well-ordered mind. Ataraxia comes from accepting life as it is, without the constant need for things to be different than they are. It's the understanding that while we cannot control external events, we have absolute power over our interpretation and response to them. When we release ourselves from the grip of unrealistic expectations and embrace the present moment for what it is, we begin to experience true peace. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It's not things that disturb us, but our opinions about them." This insight reminds us that our emotional stability and inner harmony depend not on what happens to us, but on how we choose to interpret those happenings. By cultivating ataraxia, we stop wasting energy on what we can't control and start directing our focus to what genuinely matters, our own personal growth and inner development. Now we move on to the second Stoic key, amor fati, which means to love one's fate. Amor fati is more than acceptance. It's the act of embracing everything that life hands us, both the joyful and the painful. Rather than resisting hardships or mourning the misfortunes that cross our path, Stoicism teaches us to see these experiences as essential parts of our journey. Amor fati is about perceiving every moment, no matter how challenging, as meaningful and necessary for our evolution. It is about recognizing that each twist in the road is a step toward becoming the person we are meant to be. The Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius captured this beautifully when he wrote, "Accept whatever comes to you, woven in the pattern of your destiny, for what could more aptly fit your needs." This reflection tells us that everything we encounter is designed to teach us, shape us, and prepare us for what's next. By practicing amor fati, we stop fighting life and instead flow with it. We gain a deeper appreciation for the lessons in our difficulties, and we become stronger, wiser, and more grounded as a result. This mindset shift empowers us to stay focused on our inner journey instead of becoming stuck in resistance or bitterness. Let's continue with the third key, prosoche, the art of mindfulness. Prosoche is the practice of paying close attention to the present moment. It's about being deeply aware of our actions, thoughts, and emotions as they happen, without casting judgment or letting ourselves be swept away. The Stoics emphasized that the present is the only place where we have real influence. We can't control the past, and the future is uncertain. But here, now, in this moment, we have full power over how we act, how we think, and how we respond. Practicing prosoche means living consciously. It's choosing not to be distracted by what might be or what has been, but instead devoting ourselves fully to doing what is right now. Epictetus, once again, provides insight with his words. Don't seek for things to happen the way you want them to. Rather, wish for them to happen as they do, and you will go on well. This is a gentle but firm reminder to release our grip on control and trust the flow of reality, focusing instead on how we engage with the world moment by moment. When we embrace prososhe, we begin to notice how often our attention drifts. We start catching ourselves when our mind races ahead to worries about tomorrow or lingers in regrets from yesterday. In returning our focus to the present, we bring ourselves back to power. We step into clarity, and that clarity helps us turn inward, refine our intentions, and live in alignment with our true values. Mindfulness, in this Stoic sense, is not simply about awareness, it is about wise awareness, the kind that transforms how we live our lives. Finally, we arrive at the fourth key, eudaimonia, what the Stoics referred to as the good life. Eudaimonia isn't about fleeting pleasure, status, or material wealth. It's about something far deeper and more lasting. To the Stoics, the good life was one rooted in virtue, wisdom, and purpose. It meant living in alignment with nature, not just the external world, but our inner nature as rational, ethical beings. Eudaimonia is a life guided by integrity, where our thoughts, actions, and values are in harmony. True happiness, according to the Stoic worldview, is not found in chasing after things that constantly shift and fade. It is found in the commitment to be a good person, to do good work, and to contribute meaningfully to the world around us. Living in this way brings a sense of deep fulfillment that no amount of wealth or pleasure can provide. It's about waking up each day with a clear conscience and a heart focused on what truly matters. As we continue this journey through the Stoic keys, remember that each of these principles is not just a concept, it's a practice, a daily exercise in how we live, how we think, and how we respond to life. Stay with me, because there is so much more Stoic wisdom to come. Let's keep exploring this philosophy together. To the Stoics, living in harmony with nature means living virtuously. It involves understanding that our true happiness and inner fulfillment do not come from external circumstances, but rather from our own actions, decisions, and moral character. As Seneca, one of the most renowned Stoic philosophers, put it, "It is not the man who has little who is poor, but the one who always wants more." This profound statement reminds us that genuine wealth and contentment are found not in material possessions, but in the strength and virtue of our character. This idea forms the foundation of eudaimonia, a concept central to Stoic thought. Eudaimonia refers to human flourishing and the pursuit of a life of meaning and virtue. When you focus on personal growth, strive for virtue, and live with intention, you begin to discover lasting fulfillment and a deeper sense of peace. Memento mori, remember that you will die. The fifth Stoic principle is memento mori, a Latin phrase that means remember that you will die. This powerful concept is not meant to invoke fear, but rather to awaken us to the fragility of life and to inspire intentional action. Reflecting on our mortality reminds us that life is finite, and because of this, every single day becomes precious. By keeping death in mind, we learn to appreciate each moment, to live with urgency, purpose, and depth. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic thinker, once wrote in his Meditations, "Think of yourself as dead. You have lived your life. Now take what's left and live it properly." This reflection teaches us that each day is a gift and urges us to use it wisely. Practicing memento mori helps us recognize the beauty of the present and encourages us to live each day with gratitude and purpose. It allows us to direct our energy toward personal growth rather than becoming entangled in what is outside of our control. Enkrateia, self-control. The sixth Stoic principle is enkrateia, which translates to self-control. The Stoics saw self-control as essential for a virtuous and fulfilling life. It means having the discipline to govern your thoughts, emotions, and actions, especially when faced with temptations or difficulties. Self-control is not about repression, but about mastery. It is the strength to remain steady and aligned with your values, even when emotions or external pressures try to pull you off course. Epictetus, a prominent Stoic philosopher, said that happiness is not found in the abundance of possessions or pleasures, but in the absence of desire. This quote reflects the Stoic belief that true self-control comes not from fighting desires, but from rising above them. By practicing enkrateia, you learn to govern yourself with wisdom and clarity. This form of discipline empowers you to stay grounded and focused on your personal development, regardless of the chaos or distractions around you. Affiliation, a sense of belonging. The seventh Stoic principle is affiliation, which refers to the deep sense of belonging and connection to a greater whole. The Stoics taught that we are all parts of a larger community and that we share a mutual responsibility to contribute to the well-being of others. Affiliation is the conscious recognition of our interconnectedness and the decision to act with that awareness. It's about realizing that our choices have effects not just on ourselves, but on the world around us. Hierocles, a Stoic philosopher, proposed a model of concentric circles to describe this idea. At the center is the individual, surrounded by family, friends, community, humanity, and finally, the cosmos. This model serves as a reminder that we are part of something much larger than ourselves, and that our actions can ripple outward to affect others. By practicing affiliation, you become more aware of the impact of your behavior and choices, and you begin to live in a way that contributes to both your personal growth and the good of your community. It's a balanced perspective that keeps you grounded in yourself while also expanding your compassion and responsibility toward others. Love for humanity. The eighth Stoic key is love for humanity. The Stoics held a deep belief in the importance of kindness, compassion, and generosity. Loving humanity means acting with goodness and empathy toward others, expecting nothing in return. It is the understanding that we are all members of the same human family, and with that comes a duty to care for and support one another. Seneca said, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." This quote beautifully encapsulates the Stoic perspective on human connection. Regardless of the situation, there is always a moment to show compassion. Practicing love for humanity allows you to move through life with a generous heart and a spirit of unity. It encourages you to grow internally by doing good externally, fostering a deeper sense of meaning and connection with the world around you. Moderation. The ninth Stoic principle is moderation. The Stoics emphasize the importance of living a balanced life and avoiding extremes. They believed that true happiness and virtue are found in the middle ground, not in excess and not in deprivation. Moderation is about finding harmony within your desires, actions, and lifestyle. It is the wisdom to know when enough is enough, and the strength to maintain equilibrium in the face of temptation or hardship. By practicing moderation, you create space for peace, clarity, and thoughtful living. You are no longer ruled by cravings or impulsive behaviors, but are instead guided by reason and virtue. This balanced approach helps you grow internally while maintaining a steady and focused life path. Moderation allows you to develop a life of stability, wisdom, and inner freedom, hallmarks of the Stoic way. Living a balanced life and avoiding excess is about striving for harmony in all areas of your life. It means recognizing that extremes, whether they come in the form of pleasures or hardships, can often lead to discontent and suffering. This understanding is a central theme in Stoic philosophy. Epictetus, one of the most notable Stoic philosophers, once said that wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. This insight teaches us that genuine wealth and lasting happiness are not found in acquiring material things or indulging in pleasure, but in leading a life of moderation and balance. When you begin to live this way, you start to discover a sense of peace and fulfillment that comes from within, rather than from external circumstances. Practicing this mindset helps you stay centered and focused on personal growth, allowing you to develop into your best self without falling into the trap of overindulgence. Differentiating what you can control from what you cannot is a fundamental Stoic practice. The Stoics believe that true peace and satisfaction in life come from placing our attention on what is within our power and accepting what lies beyond our control. This involves developing the ability to distinguish between your actions and thoughts, which are within your control, and the external events and circumstances that are not. It's about accepting that while you cannot always influence what happens around you, you do have full control over how you respond to those events. Epictetus emphasized this idea by saying, "It's not things that disturb us, but our opinions about things." This quote highlights the truth that our emotional state and inner peace are shaped not by external events themselves, but by how we interpret and react to them. Embracing this principle allows you to let go of unnecessary stress and focus instead on mastering your mindset and behavior, paving the way for deeper personal growth. The premeditation of evils, also known as negative visualization, was a regular exercise for the Stoics. They would mentally prepare themselves by imagining the possible difficulties or challenges they might face in the future. This wasn't an act of pessimism, but rather a wise and practical preparation. It is the art of anticipating potential hardships and developing the mental strength to deal with them, should they arise. This practice helps you build emotional resilience, so that when things don't go as expected, you are not caught off guard. A wise Stoic philosopher once stated that the wise always consider adversity as a possibility and are therefore prepared to face it. This thought reminds us that true wisdom lies not in naively hoping that everything will always go well, but in being prepared for life's uncertainties. When you embrace this mindset, you train yourself to remain calm, steady, and composed even in the most difficult circumstances. It's a perspective that reinforces your inner stability and supports your continuous development. The idea of universal connection is another powerful teaching in Stoicism. The Stoics believed that we are all integral parts of a larger whole, deeply connected with the universe and everything within it. This belief encourages us to recognize our place in the grand design and to act with an awareness of how our behavior affects the broader world. It's about understanding that every choice we make ripples outward and touches the lives of others and the balance of the universe itself. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic Roman emperor, wrote in his Meditations, "What is not good for the hive is not good for the bee. This quote serves as a reminder that we are not isolated individuals. Our well-being is tied to the collective well-being of the world around us. By living with this awareness, you begin to act more responsibly and with greater compassion, making choices that not only benefit you, but also support the greater good. This viewpoint encourages a life of purpose, empathy, and unity, all of which are essential for personal development and inner peace. Arete, often translated as the excellence of character, is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that the ultimate goal of life is to develop a virtuous character and live in alignment with nature. Arete is the daily practice of nurturing your inner virtues and staying true to your values. It's about understanding that real happiness and contentment don't come from external success or circumstances, but from your own character and the way you live your life. Epictetus spoke of this when he said, "Do not seek for events to happen as you want them to. Rather, want them to happen as they do, and your life will go smoothly." This wisdom reminds us that peace and happiness are not determined by the world around us, but by how we choose to respond to it. When you commit to practicing arete, you focus on becoming a person of integrity, wisdom, and virtue. It's a lifelong journey of self-discipline and inner growth, one that leads to true fulfillment. The principle of duty is a central tenet in Stoic thought. The Stoics believed that each person has a moral responsibility, not only to themselves, but also to others. Living by this principle means honoring your roles and responsibilities, not out of fear or obligation, but because it is the right and virtuous thing to do. It involves understanding that your actions have consequences, not just for you, but for the people and world around you. Fulfilling your duty with integrity strengthens your character and creates a positive ripple effect in the world. It's about living in a way that is consistent with your values, being reliable, and doing your part to contribute to the greater good. This sense of duty brings clarity, purpose, and a deep sense of inner satisfaction, and it is essential to living a life of virtue and personal excellence. Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher and Roman emperor, reflected in his meditations that one should do what is in harmony with the nature of a good man. This quote serves as a powerful reminder that our responsibility is to behave in ways that reflect the virtues and nature of a morally upright person. By embracing this mindset, you can learn to carry out your responsibilities and obligations in a way that resonates with your inner values and ethical beliefs. Adopting this perspective enables you to remain centered on your personal growth and self-development. Logos, the principle of universal reason, forms the 15th and final essential element of Stoic wisdom. The Stoics believed in an underlying rational structure to the universe, a guiding logic known as the Logos. According to their view, the universe operates according to this built-in reason, and it is our task as human beings to live in accordance with this natural order. Practicing Logos means committing to the pursuit of truth and wisdom by means of rational thought and logical inquiry. It involves recognizing that our actions and decisions should be influenced by reason, rather than being swayed by fluctuating emotions or impulsive desires. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, wrote that everything that happens in the way that universal nature wants it to happen. This statement reminds us that we must seek to understand the flow of universal logic and live in accordance with it rather than resist or fight against it. By embracing the principle of Logos, you can learn to make thoughtful and rational choices allowing your life to align more closely with the wisdom and reason that governs the universe. This approach not only grounds you in personal discipline, but also deepens your connection to the greater cosmic order, reinforcing your focus on self-mastery and purposeful living. We now arrive at the end of our journey through the 15 Stoic principles that guide us toward focusing on ourselves. Each one of these timeless teachings offers a unique insight into how we can lead a life that is not only fulfilling, but deeply meaningful. From ataraxia, the state of serene calmness, to logos, the universal reason, these Stoic principles remind us that we possess the inner power to control our actions and responses. They call us to live in alignment with our values and to contribute to the well-being of those around us. Let us remember that Stoicism is not merely an ancient philosophy preserved in books. It is a practical and transformative guide meant to be lived and practiced daily. If you apply these Stoic principles in your own life, you can discover a profound sense of inner peace, live with clear intention, and awaken your true potential. So, the question remains, are you prepared to begin this journey of self-discovery and inner transformation? As the great Stoic thinker Seneca once said, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. It is because we do not dare that they are difficult." Thank you for accompanying us on this path through Stoicism. May these teachings serve to inspire you to turn inward, cultivate personal strength, and lead a life that is rich with meaning and purpose. Until we meet again. Have you ever felt like a ghost, invisible and forgotten, simply because someone chose to create space between you and them? It's a strange kind of silence, one that can make you feel like the air around you has thickened. But here's the truth. This is not the end of your world. Maybe your mind jumps into overdrive, spinning 1,000 stories, blaming yourself, believing you're the reason for the distance. You convince yourself that something is wrong with you. But take a deep breath. Sometimes what seems like absence is really just silence filled with meaning. And in today's video, I want to help you navigate those moments when someone begins to pull away. I'm going to share 9 powerful lessons that are worth their weight in gold. Don't miss the final one. It carries a truth so striking that it may just leave you speechless. Stoic philosophy reminds us of something essential. You can't control what others choose to do, but you can always control how you respond. What if, instead of seeing this distance as abandonment, you saw it as a chance to focus on something that truly matters, reconnecting with yourself? In those quiet spaces, when you stop chasing answers, you uncover something priceless. Your value is not defined by who pays attention to you. Let go of the habit of letting other people's silence poison your self-worth, because no good ever comes from that. And now, listen closely to what comes next. But before diving into the core lessons, I want to share a story that will help you grasp the wisdom embedded in this message. In a time long ago, nestled in a mountain village bordered by rivers, lived a woman named Mariella. Her soul was quietly aching because someone she deeply cared for had started to drift away from her without warning, without explanation. Mariella felt abandoned, confused, lost in an emotional fog. Every day, she drowned a little deeper in her own sadness, desperately trying to understand why she had been pushed aside. One day, in search of peace, she wandered through the forest, letting her feet guide her where her heart could not. There, beside a flowing river, she came across a wise old man who lived in a simple wooden hut. He saw the pain in her eyes and asked gently, "My child, What burden are you carrying in your heart? Mariella, with tears streaming down her face, shared her sorrow and the silent wound of being ignored without cause. The old man listened intently, his face calm, nodding as she spoke. When her words ran dry, he began to tell her a story. Long ago, in this very forest, there stood a magnificent tree. Its branches stretched wide, its leaves sparkled under the sun. Birds from everywhere came to rest on its limbs, building nests, finding refuge. It was the tree of life and comfort. But as time passed, some birds stopped returning. They flew elsewhere, leaving the tree with empty branches. The tree felt sorrowful and questioned itself. What had it done wrong? Mariella was captivated, hanging on the old man's every word. He continued. One day, a gentle breeze swept through the tree's branches and whispered, "Do not grieve for the birds that leave. They fly according to their own needs. But you, dear tree, must keep growing. Keep reaching toward the heavens and digging your roots deep into the earth. Those who truly value your shelter will always return." Yeah. In that moment, something shifted inside Mariella. She began to see her own pain from a new light. She realized she couldn't control the actions of others, but she could grow stronger, just like the tree. With gratitude, she thanked the wise man and returned home carrying a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. The lesson here is clear. When someone pulls away or starts to ignore you, it's not your role to chase after them or twist yourself into knots asking why. Your true task is to keep growing, keep being you. Trust that those who genuinely see your worth will always find their way back. And with that, we begin with the first of our essential insights. If these reflections speak to you, I invite you to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next piece of wisdom. Let's begin. Have you ever experienced someone withdrawing from you without offering a reason? That sinking feeling of being left hanging, of being overlooked, is a deeply uncomfortable place to be. You start spinning tales in your head, wondering what you did to deserve such detachment. Your mind becomes a movie producer, creating scenarios so exaggerated that even Hollywood would shy away. But what if silence wasn't rejection? What if it was simply a pause, a space for breath? Silence, as the Stoics wisely taught, carries a value far beyond mere absence of sound. It's easy to misinterpret someone's distance as a sign that something is wrong, as if relationships were equations. Someone ignores you, therefore something must be broken. But human emotions aren't equations. Often the stories we tell ourselves are nothing more than distorted reflections of our own fears. Maybe the person who pulled away is struggling with something internal, something you can't see. Perhaps they need space, not from you specifically, but from the world in general. Think about it. Haven't you ever craved solitude, a break from conversations, responsibilities, even your own thoughts? The need to retreat doesn't make you strange. It makes you human. Sure, sometimes people distance themselves for less noble reasons, but before jumping to conclusions, why not approach the situation with compassion, both for them and for yourself? This is where the Stoic lens helps. It teaches us not just to step back from others, but to observe our own storm of emotions. How you react to silence is where your power lies. If you assume rejection every time someone takes space, then that becomes your reality. Try a different perspective. Instead of diving into panic and self-blame, view the silence as a mirror. What does it show you about your own expectations? Let your thoughts breathe. Don't be so quick to fill the silence with fears or assumptions that may have no grounding in truth. Sometimes the quiet between two people is simply that, quiet. It doesn't have to be ominous. It might even be necessary. Silence doesn't always mean detachment. It can be a sacred pause, a moment for both sides to reflect, to heal. So, the next time you feel yourself slipping into the anxiety of being ignored, just stop, breathe. Maybe, just maybe, that silence is the very one you would wish for if the noise became too much. To truly understand silence is to practice patience with others and with yourself. Epictetus once said that silence is not always empty. Sometimes it's the space where the soul returns to itself. Now, have you ever felt that gut-wrenching sting of being treated like you don't exist? That piercing sensation when someone's indifference feels like a slap to your dignity. It's a heavy weight to carry, one that makes you ask, what did I do wrong? But here's a radical shift in thinking. Maybe the goal isn't to change other people's behavior, but to strengthen your own self-worth so that their indifference doesn't knock you down like a tidal wave. It sounds straightforward, but anyone who's lived through this knows it isn't always easy to stay composed when you're feeling invisible. Let's be real. When someone ignores you, your mind can become your worst enemy. It invents stories, blames you, fixates on flaws. You begin to doubt your value, wondering if you said too much or not enough, if you became uninteresting or made an unspoken mistake. But chasing these thoughts leads nowhere good. People are complex. Relationships are complicated. Sometimes their reasons for walking away have nothing to do with you. Maybe they're having a bad day, wrestling with something personal, or maybe your paths just don't align right now. So how do you stand tall in moments when the world seems to forget you? That's where the quiet power of self-esteem comes into play. The unshakable belief in your own worth, even when no one else is affirming it. The Stoics taught that true power is rooted within. You can't control how others treat you, but you always hold the reins over how you respond. Think of your self-esteem as a small boat on the open sea. The waves of life, comments, rejections, silence, will toss it around. But if the boat is built strong, it won't sink. You'll still feel the swell, the impact, but you'll stay afloat. That's what healthy self-esteem does. It gives you the resilience to stay anchored even when you feel ignored. It's not about becoming cold or indifferent. It's about not letting someone else's actions define who you are. Just because someone doesn't see your light right now doesn't mean you've stopped shining. Your value remains solid, intact, and waiting to be seen by the right eyes at the right time. Being ignored doesn't take away your value as a person. And if someone has chosen to push you away without giving you any reason, maybe it's a sign to let the wind carry them wherever they need to go, without it steering you off course. One of the quickest ways to tear down your own self-esteem is through constant self-criticism. If you ever catch yourself thinking that you're not enough, remind yourself that these are just thoughts, not solid truths. They don't define who you are. A useful way to deal with these thoughts is to stop and ask yourself, is this actually true? At first it might feel unnatural or difficult, but with time and intention, you'll begin to see that most of these negative thoughts have no solid ground. Often, we're just projecting our own fears and insecurities without any real basis. Instead of telling yourself, they're ignoring me because I'm not important, shift your perspective and try saying, maybe they're dealing with something personal that has nothing to do with me. That small change in mindset can completely transform how you feel. Relationships inevitably influence how we see ourselves. If you're constantly surrounded by people who don't appreciate you or make you feel invisible, it's time to step back and reassess. That doesn't mean you need to cut everyone off immediately, but it does mean you need to become more aware of who brings you light and who drains your energy. Spend more time with those who truly value you, those who see your worth without you having to prove anything. Your self-esteem is deeply impacted by the relationships you invest in, so if someone continuously makes you feel small or unseen, maybe it's time to reduce their presence in your life. Self-compassion is a vital ingredient in maintaining self-worth. Nobody is perfect. We all have low points. We all make mistakes. The important part is how you treat yourself in those moments. Rather than harshly judging yourself or blaming circumstances that are beyond your control, try embracing your humanity, your strengths and your flaws alike. The more you allow yourself to simply be human, the stronger your sense of self will become. Everyone has days when they feel like they're falling short, but those feelings don't define your identity. Practice being kind to yourself, and when you feel ignored or rejected, the solution is not always to change yourself. Sometimes the real answer is to pause and remember everything you've already overcome. Reflect on the victories you've had, whether it's a big project you managed to complete despite obstacles or a moment when you conquered a personal hardship. When you feel invisible, reconnect with your own achievements. This helps you remember that you don't need anyone else's validation to recognize your own value. Self-esteem grows when you acknowledge your own capabilities. If there's one lesson that stands out, it's this. When someone ignores you, your ability to stay grounded in who you are is what prevents you from falling apart. Self-worth isn't just some nice-sounding idea. It's a practical, life-sustaining tool that helps you steer through even the most turbulent moments. So the next time you're ignored, take a breath, steady yourself, and keep going. At the end of it all, the one person who truly needs to believe in your value is you. Let this sink in. Real courage doesn't come from being praised by others. It comes from that inner knowing that you are deserving of love, respect, and the best life has to offer. It's time to redefine how you see yourself. Isn't it strange how we struggle to understand our own worth, and how we often need someone else to affirm it before we believe it ourselves? Ask yourself, if you feel less worthy just because someone ignores or pulls away from you, isn't that a sign that your sense of value is still too dependent on outside approval? Don't worry, this is something most of us deal with. Society teaches us, in subtle and obvious ways, that the only way to know we're valuable is through validation from others. But what if that's not true? What if that idea is just a lie we've been told? Maybe, like the Stoics taught, what we really need is to start challenging the stories we tell ourselves about our worth. When someone distances themselves from you, your first reaction might be insecurity. Something went wrong. I must not be enough. That haunting, "I'm not enough" thought always seems to show up when life doesn't go the way we hoped. But let me tell you something powerful. That belief starts to dissolve the moment you realize that your value isn't dependent on who stays or who leaves. Imagine what it's like to base your entire sense of worth on other people's presence. It would be like checking the thermometer constantly to see if you feel okay, forgetting that you're the one who controls the heat from within. The Stoics, those wise thinkers who seem to have figured life out, taught us that seeking validation from the outside is pointless. They believe that everything external is just a distraction. The only thing we truly have control over is how we respond to what happens. So when someone pulls away, the real question isn't what's wrong with me, but rather, how will I respond to this? Will you sink into self-doubt or, like a true Stoic, stay grounded and put things in perspective? The truth is, what's happening outside of you doesn't determine your worth. Here's a practical way to look at it. Picture yourself at a party, and that one person who always gives you attention is now talking to everyone but you. Naturally, you might feel hurt, even angry. That's understandable. But what if you shifted your viewpoint? Does it really matter if that person ignores you? Maybe they're just caught up in their own thoughts or dealing with their own issues. The important part is how you interpret that situation, because your reaction is the only thing you truly control. If you take it personally and let it crush you, you're handing over your sense of worth. But if you choose to believe that their behavior doesn't change how you see yourself, that's where your real strength lies. So how do you make this mindset shift? Start by practicing self-compassion. It's a simple yet deeply powerful habit. Every time that wave of insecurity hits, when someone ignores you or makes you feel unseen, pause, breathe, and remind yourself, your value doesn't come from being acknowledged. Get comfortable with your own presence, even when others don't notice you. You don't need to put on a strong front all the time. Sometimes embracing your vulnerability is the most courageous thing you can do. Your worth is yours alone. If someone walks away, remember that it doesn't make you any less. What really matters is how you see yourself. Like the Stoic said, what lies outside of our control is not worth our peace. The only way to live freely and with confidence is to know that your value doesn't rest on someone else's opinion. It lies in the thoughts you choose to believe about yourself. As Seneca once told his students, it is not what others say or think about you that defines your value. It is what you choose to think about yourself that truly matters. Now, let's talk about something just as important: the art of giving space. Have you noticed that the more you try to hold on to someone, the further away they seem to drift? It's like your need to always be near them creates a shadow of discomfort. It's not always because they're forgetting you or finding someone else more exciting, although that's possible, but that's not the real issue. Sometimes, the greatest gift you can offer another person is space. A little distance, some breathing room, or, as the Stoics would say, moderation in your relationships. Because honestly, who really wants someone hovering around them all the time? That constant presence can start to feel like a weight. Just like a plant that grows wild and chokes everything around it, excessive attachment can begin to suffocate the relationship. In the beginning, closeness feels beautiful. The desire to care, to be present, to share, that's all wonderful. But when it becomes a need to constantly be there, pressure builds. And soon, the other person feels trapped, like they're stuck in a web they can't escape. That's when you find yourself being ignored or pushed away, and you're left confused, unsure of what to do. Are you going to wait around like a loyal dog with a ball in its mouth, hoping someone finally turns around and calls your name? Don't do that. No one's asking you to become the soulmate who never lets go, or the overly eager friend who becomes as overwhelming as a live mic on a Zoom call. The key, dear friend, is serenity. The kind of peace that helps you understand the unspoken. Because sometimes what's not said out loud still carries meaning, and knowing when to give someone air to breathe may be the most loving thing you can do. Don't stay stuck in place, hoping and waiting for a call or a message that may never come. You're not obligated to be the soulmate who clings relentlessly, nor do you need to become that overbearing person who is always checking in, as irritating as a mic accidentally left on during a Zoom call. The real wisdom here, dear friend, lies in serenity, the kind that helps you realize that not everything needs to be spoken aloud. Sometimes silence and distance speak louder than words. The healthiest relationships allow for space, breathing room, a calming distance where both people feel free and whole, not watched or suffocated. And this isn't about abandoning or cutting off connection. It's about creating a healthy balance, giving the other person space to breathe, to grow, and giving yourself the same. If someone pulls back a little, it's not necessarily a disaster. Maybe they're simply seeking peace, or need time to sort through their own thoughts. It's not always a retreat, but a chance to regain internal balance. In fact, the smartest thing to do might be the exact opposite of what your anxious heart tells you. Stop chasing. Let things unfold naturally. And if that idea makes you uncomfortable, then perhaps it's time to borrow some wisdom from the ancient Stoics, those great minds who understood that emotional self-control and honoring others' boundaries are essential to your own well-being. Letting go isn't about giving up. It's about recognizing that real connection sometimes needs distance to thrive. Think of relationships like the ocean, ebbs and flows, calm waters and storms. You don't have to dive into every crashing wave. Sometimes it's wiser to sit back, watch the horizon, and enjoy your own space. Ironically, it's often in that pause, in that break, that things begin to make sense and align in unexpected ways. So the next time someone pulls away, don't panic. Follow suit, not as a strategy to manipulate, but as a gesture of wisdom and emotional balance. This isn't a game of who cares less. It's the art of honoring space. And as Marcus Aurelius might remind us, sometimes the most powerful act of love is letting go. Still, there's something else you must remember. Don't fall into despair. You may have experienced that sinking feeling, like a forgotten dog, just sitting and waiting, hoping someone notices your pain. It's a very human response to feel like the world is turning away right when you need it most. When someone pulls away or begins to create distance, the first and most important thing is to resist the trap of despair. That anxious, desperate energy can be so strong, and yet reacting from that place only worsens things. It puts you in a vulnerable, needy position, and that imbalance can actually push people further away. First, take a moment to identify what's really going on. We often misread signals and assign exaggerated meanings to simple things. Just because someone hasn't replied to your message quickly or isn't giving you the same attention as before doesn't automatically mean they're ignoring you on purpose. People have their own worlds, their own stresses, their own minds filled with things we cannot see. Their attention may have shifted, but that doesn't always mean their care has disappeared. However, if this kind of behavior keeps happening, if the distance feels like a pattern and not a coincidence, then yes, it's possible there's something deeper. But still, don't rush to conclusions. Don't let panic be your compass. When you move from fear and desperation, you're much more likely to act in ways that make everything worse. You might demand attention, force conversations, beg for clarity, none of which brings closeness. On the contrary, it creates more distance. Picture this. There's a fire, and instead of calming it down with water, you pour gasoline on it. That's what happens when you chase attention from insecurity. Your need becomes so loud, so consuming, that it no longer invites empathy. It causes exhaustion or even annoyance. So what can you do? There's no perfect answer, no magic phrase. But one thing is certain: give space. Yes, it sounds counterintuitive, but Stoic philosophy urges us to accept what we cannot control. If someone is stepping away, you can't force them back. What you can control is your response. Often, the most powerful thing you can do is to allow room for them to think, to breathe, and for you to reflect as well. Giving space doesn't mean cutting off completely or pretending not to care. It's a moment to ground yourself, to prioritize your well-being and guard your self-respect. Don't get stuck in the exhausting game of seeking constant validation. Your worth doesn't depend on someone else's presence or attention. Use this time to reconnect with yourself, dive into the things you love, and reevaluate what you truly want out of this connection. People change. Circumstances change. Clinging too tightly to what you can't control only deepens your suffering. Desperation adds fuel to the fire. If you feel ignored or distanced, don't let that pull you into anxiety. Step back. Let go a little. Let time do its work. In patience and calm, answers eventually emerge, whether it brings clarity or the strength to make a healthier decision for yourself. As the Stoics teach us, silence is not always a sign of neglect. Sometimes it's the very answer your heart is looking for. Now, let's talk about communication and confrontation. You've likely been there, that moment when something's bothering you, but you're unsure whether to speak up or stay quiet. When someone seems to be ignoring you or shutting you out without explanation, the question arises, do I say something or let it slide? Sure, Stoic teachings encourage calmness and warn against letting emotions take the wheel. But sometimes silence doesn't feel like peace. It feels like suppression. We've all faced that moment where we want to shout, "Why are you ignoring me?" or "What did I do wrong?" But that's the impulsive voice, the one that creates more noise than resolution. The Stoics understood this well. They warned us not to get swept away by emotional storms. Confrontation, especially when it's emotionally charged, often leads nowhere productive. You can't control how others behave, only how you choose to respond. So before reacting, take a breath, reflect. Ask yourself, do I want this conversation to be a battleground or a bridge? Would it be wiser to step back, think it through, and find a more constructive path? If you still feel the need to say something, don't go in guns blazing. Instead, lean into assertive communication. This doesn't mean keeping everything bottled up, nor does it mean exploding under pressure. It's about balance, voicing what you feel with clarity and respect. For example, instead of saying, "Why are you ignoring me?" try something like, "I've noticed we haven't been as connected lately. Is everything okay?" That opens the door without making the other person defensive. Another approach? Take the first step. If you sense distance, maybe you can bridge the gap, not by chasing, but by showing gentle vulnerability. Let them know you're still open, still willing to connect, even if they've pulled away. Just don't take it personally. Often people aren't aware they're causing pain. They're lost in their own struggles, and their actions may have nothing to do with you. Not everything revolves around you. This realization is freeing. What truly matters is not winning an argument or proving a point, but preserving your peace and dignity. Real communication is built on mutual respect and self-awareness. Stoicism teaches us that mastering our reactions is the path to true strength. So next time you feel brushed aside, pause, think, choose your response consciously. Inner peace comes from mature communication, not shouting, not blame, but quiet strength and honest words. If you can't change someone else's behavior, change the way you respond to it. That is your true power. Finally, consider the value of not chasing. Have you ever stood there, waiting for someone to acknowledge you, hoping for just a little recognition? Have you repeated efforts to grab someone's attention, only to feel like they're more interested in their coffee than your presence? If so, you're not alone. We live in a world hungry for validation and full of loud, flashing distractions. Seeking approval has become second nature, almost like a sport. But what if real strength lies in not chasing? In stepping back from that deep-seated urge to be seen, heard, and acknowledged by others. That craving, if left unchecked, can quickly turn into a trap. The harder you chase it, the more it seems to slip away. And the cruel irony is that in that relentless pursuit, you start to lose sight of what truly matters, yourself. Thinkers like the Stoics remind us that true peace comes from within, from mastering what lies inside us, rather than being ruled by what others do or say. When you place your self-worth in likes, glances, or compliments, you gradually lose your essence. You become like a mirage, existing only through the reflections in other people's eyes. When someone ignores you, the impulse to win back their attention can feel overwhelming, especially if they've pushed you away due to a misunderstanding or simply because they need space. The most instinctive response is to try and pull them back toward you. But have you considered that this might backfire? The more you chase, the more you risk coming across as desperate. Worse still, you miss out on the golden chance to show you're capable of remaining grounded, even when faced with indifference. So how do you shift the dynamic instead of holding on? Try embracing the art of letting go. The first step is accepting what is blatantly clear. We cannot control what others think or feel. This acceptance isn't defeat, it's liberation. It gives you the authority to act from a place of true autonomy. Respect, that rare and coveted quality, isn't earned through chasing or pleading. It emerges when you can hold your own, emotionally balanced, without relying on others' moods. Picture this. Instead of trying to reclaim someone's attention as they drift away, you embody the calm of a river, flowing naturally, adapting, yet never straying from its course. In letting go, you transform into someone who is complete in themselves, someone who doesn't depend on others to feel worthy. And the beautiful twist? That very attitude makes you more appealing and magnetic. It doesn't just bring inner peace, it draws admiration and respect, the kind that you could never gain by begging for approval. The Stoics, especially in times of turmoil like ours, offer vital wisdom. Life is fleeting, and the only thing we truly control is how we respond to what happens around us. When you distance yourself from the compulsive need for approval and begin to cherish your own company, you don't just gain serenity, you inspire others. Your calm becomes noticeable. Your authenticity becomes contagious. And suddenly, indifference doesn't shake you. That in itself garners the respect you once longed for. Stop chasing what evades you. Let go of the attention that was never meant for you in the first place. When you learn to release it all, things begin to flow. Respect and admiration don't come from clinging, they come from being at peace within yourself. As Murphy's Law so cleverly points out, the moment you stop pursuing, that's when you're most often pursued. Focus instead on your own evolution. Have you ever felt invisible or pushed away by someone? It's wild how, in those moments, it feels like your whole world crumbles and you're cast as the lead in a tragic play. But maybe, just maybe, it's time to see beyond that illusion of abandonment and redirect your focus to something far more important: your personal growth. It's all too easy to fall into the trap of overanalyzing someone else's behavior. If they ignore you or take a step back, your first instinct might be to assume it's your fault, that you're lacking in some way. But what if all of that was simply a distraction? What if, instead of spending all your energy on what others are doing or feeling, you redirected it inward towards your own progress? Sure, it sounds almost too easy, but don't be fooled. This is the difficult path that leads to real, lasting peace. Stoic philosophy offers this exact insight. Focus only on what lies within your control: your thoughts, your actions, your emotions. If someone pulls away, that's beyond your reach. You can't force anyone to remain by your side. What you can do is choose how to respond. You could spiral into self-blame, drown in regret, or question every moment, or you could choose growth. The first step toward real growth is learning to detach. That's no easy feat. It can feel as unnatural as being told to stop breathing. But the hidden truth is, once you exhale, you make room for fresh air. Likewise, once you release the need for others' approval, you find something far more precious: your own voice. You begin to move from living to meet others' expectations to living as your truest self. Now imagine that instead of waiting for someone to validate you, you look in the mirror and say, "I'm enough as I am." It sounds like a cheap motivational quote, right? But once you genuinely believe that, the sting of rejection fades. You realize that the only opinion that truly matters is your own, and here's where discipline plays its role. Dedicating time to your growth doesn't mean diving into endless self-help books or enrolling in expensive courses. It's about simple, intentional daily habits: reading a chapter from a book that inspires you, writing your thoughts in a journal, or going for a quiet walk to clear your mind. These small acts allow you to see yourself differently. You're no longer a person frantically chasing outside validation. You become someone who understands their worth, someone whose peace doesn't depend on others' presence or absence. If people choose to walk away, let that be your cue to step into your own growth. Life isn't a competition for attention. The real victory lies in achieving your own inner balance. Eventually, those around you will see that your best self never depended on their approval. As my late father wisely said, "He who focuses on himself has no time to complain about others." Take this as your chance to rediscover who you are. Have you noticed that when someone ignores or distances themselves from you, the world doesn't actually end? Sure, it stings. It's not easy to digest. But often, life delivers its most profound lessons in subtle, sometimes painful ways. So instead of panicking or turning the situation into a dramatic event, what if you used it as a moment to reflect? Not in front of the mirror you use to do your hair, but the deeper one, the one that reveals your soul. Ask yourself, what's really happening inside me? The Stoics talk a lot about accepting what's beyond our control and investing our energy into what we can influence. So when someone decides to pull away, rather than wait around hoping they'll come back or perform emotional gymnastics to win them over, use that space to reconnect with yourself. This isn't about blaming them. It's about turning inward. If something within you needs adjusting, now is the time to tend to it, to bring yourself closer to peace. It might sound contradictory, but when you're constantly surrounded by people, it's easy to lose touch with your own voice. You become so focused on what's expected of you, how you should behave, or the roles you're supposed to play, that you lose your essence. And when someone distances themselves, it grants you that rare chance to hit pause. It's like the universe whispering, "Take a breath, tend to yourself." One of the most effective ways to seize this moment is through introspection. Ask yourself, what do I truly want? Not what others expect of me, but what I honestly desire. When you allow yourself the time and space to explore your own needs and dreams, you realize relationships aren't supposed to feel like burdens. They're meant to be places of shared growth. This is where self-understanding becomes your anchor. It helps you recognize boundaries, those lines you may have unknowingly allowed others to cross time and again. Often, when someone pulls away, it's a signal for you to wake up and start reclaiming your sense of self. But saying, "I'm going to rediscover myself," isn't enough. This journey demands effort, dedication, and radical honesty with yourself. A great place to begin is with journaling. Write down what truly matters to you without fear or judgment. Put your inner truths on paper, whether it's a longing for peace, a desire to heal from a toxic relationship, or simply a need for quiet. This act alone can help you see what's been hidden beneath the noise. Alongside journaling, try meditating on boundaries. Close your eyes and picture an invisible circle surrounding you, one that safeguards your peace and essence. This visualization does more than offer mental clarity. It reminds you that your well-being comes first, and when others cross those boundaries, you'll know how to respond, not react. In doing so, you return to yourself. You stop being lost in what others expect and begin to live from the core of who you are. That's the kind of rediscovery that changes everything. You can finally respond from a place of strength rather than from desperation. Gratitude becomes a powerful ally, especially when we find ourselves caught in the chaos of relationships and the constant influence of others. In the midst of all this noise, it's easy to forget the small things that truly reconnect us with ourselves. Taking time to be grateful for quiet or joyful moments, like getting lost in the pages of a good book or enjoying a peaceful walk alone, can be a gentle yet powerful way to rediscover what genuinely matters and what brings you peace. So when the cold wind of indifference starts to blow in your direction, don't rush to act or chase after what's slipping away. Instead, see this distance as a gift. Stoic philosophy reminds us that while we can't control the behavior of others, we can absolutely control how we respond. If someone distances themselves or chooses to ignore you, it's not a catastrophe. It's an opportunity to come back to yourself, to recalibrate, and to make the inner changes that truly matter. Don't get lost in the external noise. Don't waste precious time trying to decipher what's not meant to be understood. Because at the end of the day, the most important relationship you have, the one that needs your care and attention above all, is the one you have with yourself. When you finally gain clarity about what you want and what you are no longer willing to tolerate, life becomes less complicated, more genuine, and most importantly, more yours. Let me tell you something, my friend, a truth that may sting, but is solid and unshakable. The one who has never learned to be alone will never truly know who is worth having by their side. If you've made it this far, Write in the comments. Whoever leaves should not come back. I'd love to hear about your own experiences and triumphs. Don't forget to subscribe, turn on notifications, and leave a comment. This lets YouTube know that these videos are valuable to people like you. Your support encourages us to keep creating content that speaks to your journey. I also recommend checking out the last 2 videos we shared. They may resonate with you deeply. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for your time and your support. I'll see you in our next video.